Chapter 1366. What Yun Yang meant was, you didn't speak up for me just now, but you're speaking up for them now. Who do you think you are? The man's voice faltered. This, Yun Yang's voice was indifferent. The one who spoke, may I ask if any of your bloodline descendants have died in my hands? How many have died? Have they all perished? The man's face turned purple. No. No. My descendants have nothing to do with Lord Supreme Cloud, there's no grudge between us. So, 18 generations of your ancestors have died in my hands? Yun Yang continued to ask, his voice mocking, if there's no grudge between us, then please shut up. Otherwise, I'll take it that you're provoking me and have ill intentions towards me. The man shut his mouth and did not say another word. Although he knew the Shui brothers, they were at most acquaintances who nodded at each other. Since they were on the same side now, he felt sympathetic towards them. Therefore, he tried his best to speak up for them under such circumstances. However, if he were to bring trouble upon himself and fight Supreme Cloud to the death, he could not do so. Shui Wuhan's face was filled with grief and indignation. Lord Supreme Cloud is determined to die. Can I be certain that you won't let anyone who comes to kill you off along the way? You'll kill them all without mercy? Yun Yang's voice was indifferent. That's right. And it's not just this journey. Since I started roaming the martial world until now, I've never shown mercy to anyone who's interested in my life. Also, a mocking glint flashed across Yun Yang's eyes. For those whose bloodlines and ancestors have been wiped out by me, I'll exterminate them all the more. I won't let any of you escape. Just as his voice trailed off, the saber light and sword energy converged to form a formidable force. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. The spectators around could see that the mighty force was about to descend. The ones closest to them had already flown tens of thousands of feet into the sky. No one dared to face it head-on. Shui Wuhan let out a long howl, second and third brother, leave. Leave this whirlpool, I'll hold them off. Shui Wubo and Shui Wubing screamed, big brother, go. The three brothers were well aware of the current situation. With death at hand, it was impossible for all three of them to escape unscathed. At most, only two of them would be able to escape. As for the one who stayed behind, he would have no other choice but to perish. On the other hand, after losing the treasured raft that was the human body, even if one's soul didn't perish, it would require an extremely long period of time to cultivate again. Moreover, the path forward would definitely be much more difficult, and there was an extremely high possibility that one would die prematurely midway and be unable to recover on their path of cultivation. This was a huge risk. But now, he had no choice but to risk it. Now that the situation had reached such a critical juncture, the best outcome would be for one of them to die. In other words, one of the three brothers would be sacrificed, and the other two would be able to escape alive. Furthermore, Boss's words had pushed the limits of his power to the limit. This battle was already irreversible, proving that Boss was willing to sacrifice himself in exchange for the lives of the other two. How could the two of them bear to part with their tens of thousands of years of brotherly love? Now isn't the time to decline. If we don't make a decision now, none of us will be able to leave. Shui Wuhan was extremely anxious. She shouted, this Supreme Cloud is vicious and merciless. His vicious heart is clear. Hurry. He was very clear that Yun Yang's killing intent was still strong and was increasing. Similarly, the saber aura and sword intent that were being controlled by the other party had already reached a level that could kill a Saint Monarch expert. If they were to delay any longer, it would be meaningless even if they were to risk their lives. The reason why the other party didn't activate it was probably because Yun Yang wanted to kill the three of them in one go. They couldn't sit still and wait for death, so they could only risk their lives and try their best to preserve the lives of the other two brothers. The three brothers conversed rapidly as they flew. At this moment, they were no longer afraid of being heard by others or even by Yun Yang. This was a matter of life and death, and danger was just a matter of seconds. Wait for me to perish, try to take away the remnant of my soul. Shui Wuhan let out a long howl, and an extremely bright radiance shone from his body, illuminating the 9 heavens and brightening the universe. Big brother! The other two cried out in pain. Go! Shui Wuhan's entire body was already completely immersed in the sword light as he charged towards the area controlled by Yun Yang's saber light and sword intent without any hesitation. Shui Wubo and Shui Wubing's faces were filled with grief, but they still managed to swing their swords with all their might before retreating swiftly, trying their best to escape from the range of the whirlpool. This was an opportunity that their big brother had created with his life on the line, so they couldn't let it go. If they missed it, their big brother would really die with everlasting regret. At the same time, Shui Wuhan's ultimate sword strike that contained his lifetime's worth of cultivation base smashed against the whirlpool. Yun Yang snorted coldly, and the saber light and sword intent that he had gathered and controlled dispersed significantly. More importantly, the mystical charm of heaven and earth being one with the universe had disappeared instantly. Shui Wuhan's final attack, along with his sword, forcefully charged into the saber light and sword intent with a frenzied momentum. With a loud explosion, countless saber lights and sword auras were detonated. The heavens and earth shook, and the heaven and earth overturned. Shui Wuhan, who was at the center of the explosion, could clearly feel that his body, which he had cultivated and refined for countless years, was being torn apart bit by bit and destroyed. I really can't block it. Am I really going to die? But my 2 brothers are safe, aren't they? When he was surrounded by the whirlpool that was almost equivalent to a saint-level force, he tried his best to open his eyes, hoping that he could see that the opportunity that he had exchanged his life for was not lost. However, he saw the other 2 whirlpools that were also filled with countless saber light and sword intent. Like a tornado that could devour the heavens, they came crashing down and enveloped Shui Wubo and Shui Wubing's bodies. How could this be? This was Shui Wuhan's last thought. He only had time to see the indescribable grief and extreme shock in his 2 brothers' eyes before they were engulfed by the saber light and sword intent whirlpool. The next moment, it was all gone. At this point, there were already dozens of people spectating the battle. However, he remained silent as he observed the commotion in the field. Just as Shui Wuhan dashed out and entered the saber light, the dazzling saber light and the majestic sword light suddenly split into 3, each taking their own course and enveloping the 3 Shui brothers mysteriously. Then, Yun Yang pulled himself out and chased after their souls with 3 consecutive slashes. Yes, this was the true Soul 3 Saber Chaser. 3 consecutive reincarnation under saber. Shui Wuhan and the other 2 Saint Lords were slashed into soul form at the same time. Just as their souls appeared, a saber light that was infused with the power of reincarnation chased after them. Their souls were no longer there, not a single trace of them left. After a while, the sky returned to its usual tranquil state. There was also silence. There was nothing else. Only Yun Yang, who was wearing a mask, was left standing proudly in the air. For a long time, the surroundings were still silent. Many of the world's pinnacle experts who were watching the battle from the outside still dared not believe that Shui Wuhan and the other 2 Saint Lords had truly perished, their souls no longer remaining. They were still checking again and again, but the only thing they could find was the faint traces of a great battle floating in the air. This meant that the 3 monarchs had truly disappeared. Not only that, their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. They were beyond redemption. Looking at the masked man hovering in the air again, everyone had the same thought: the Saint Lord was the most powerful, a perfect killing trap. Yun Yang's gaze swept across the faces of these people, his gaze gentle and cold. He spoke in a composed manner. The 3 Shui brothers said that I have a bloodline grudge with them, a grudge of slaughtering my clansmen. They said that they would settle it in the martial world's way, the victor being the king. No matter how many twists and turns there are, all grudges and gratitude will be settled in a single battle. Now, the 3 Shui brothers are dead. This matter shall end here, the cause and effect shall cease to exist. Yunyang said faintly, I wonder if there is anyone here who has a grudge against me? Anyone who has a grudge? Please show yourself and let us settle this here and now. Yunyang paused and said with a smile, one has no choice in the martial world. No one knows when someone who is killed with a single slash might be the descendant of some peerless expert. This is only a matter of luck, but it has nothing to do with the bigger picture, much less the grand scheme. I'll ask one last time here. If there is anyone who has a grudge against me, feel free to step forward. We'll settle it in the martial world's way. However, if no one steps forward, I won't keep you company. I'm going on my way. Once Yunyang's words left his mouth, the crowd seemed to have woken up from a dream. Immediately, someone moved. With a soft whooshing sound, a few people landed. Their leader was clad in a white robe. He was the first to speak. This old man is Cheng Pengyu of the East Celestial Palace. Greetings, Lord Supreme Cloud. The grandson of King Qin of the West Heaven Holy Palace greets Lord Supreme Cloud. The crowd greeted him. We are here on the orders of the lords of the 3 celestial palaces to welcome Lord Supreme Cloud into Jinshao City. 2 of them took a step forward and said, Our East Celestial Palace's young palace lord, Dongfang Xingchen, was enraged when he heard that someone had impersonated and tried to assassinate Lord Supreme Cloud. He has already rushed to Jinshao City personally and has given his subordinates a death order to ensure Lord Supreme Cloud's safety no matter the cost. Lord Supreme Cloud, please. As the crowd started to speak, the scene became chaotic. Although it was not to the extent where everyone was talking at once, it was still noisy. Yunyang frowned slightly and glanced around. He did not say anything in response, but an indescribable aura emanated from him, dominating the entire place. Under this indescribable imposing aura, everyone shut up successively, and a subtle feeling arose in their hearts in unison. It was probably because being in such a mess before this existence was unbecoming, and it was truly beneath one's status and value. After witnessing the battle just now, they no longer had any doubts about Yunyang's ability as a top-notch saint. They were even more certain that Yunyang had purposely let them witness the entire battle. If not, he would have long moved the battlefield to some unknown place with his ability. There would not have been such a commotion. Clap. 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 A series of crisp claps could be heard. The crowd looked towards the source of the sound and saw the newcomer clapping his hands as he sauntered over. He said with a smile, Lord Supreme Cloud's reputation is well-deserved indeed. You live up to your reputation. Now that I've seen you today, I'm truly impressed. Good skill, good saber skill, good scheming, good planning, and good decisiveness. What's even more admirable? Yunyang lifted his head to look, only to see a young man dressed in white walking over slowly. He was tall, handsome, and carried himself elegantly. He walked towards Yunyang with a grin. I'm truly impressed. I'm utterly convinced. Lord Supreme Cloud, I've never seen anyone fight like this before. It's like I've discovered a whole new world. Please accept my respect for this. As he spoke, he actually bowed to the ground, giving Yunyang a deep bow. Yunyang frowned and asked in surprise, You are? Among the crowd, someone exclaimed in surprise, Young Lord? Why are you here? The one who was addressed as Young Lord rolled his eyes and said, If I didn't come, how could I have watched such an exciting battle? He was still exclaiming in admiration, as if he was still savoring the short battle just now. It was as if the battle just now was the highlight to him, one that he could savor endlessly. Everything else was insignificant. Young Lord? Yunyang's gaze focused on the young man in front of him. The person who had spoken just now had claimed to be from the Northern Wasteland Demonic Palace. Was this young man the young lord of the Northern Wasteland Demonic Palace? Putting everything else aside, the way he pretended to be was quite accomplished. Lord Supreme Cloud's ability is even more well known. You've already reached the pinnacle of perfection, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. However, your intelligence and intelligence are even more admirable. Also, your decisiveness and decisiveness are nothing short of astounding. The young man bowed elegantly. Northern Wasteland Demonic Palace's Beigong Wushuang greets Lord Supreme Cloud. Previously, the crowd had been standing together in a mess, but since Beigong Wushuang's appearance, the three camps were immediately separated into distinct lines. Young Lord Beigong. Yunyang nodded in greeting. Meeting this man for the first time, Yunyang did not feel any kindness, but he did not feel any hostility either. Instead, the feeling of amazement was vividly displayed in this young lord of Beigong's eyes. The battle just now is enough to enter the bound of universe's martial arts curriculum, if there is such a curriculum. Beigong Wushuang was still full of praise as he shook his head and sighed. What truly astounds me the most is, only by deducing the outcome of the battle can we deduce this situation. If we really deduce it beforehand, it's impossible to deduce the current situation, let alone break it. Lord Supreme Cloud's move is truly impressive. Yunyang glanced at Beigong Wushuang again. This fellow's eyes were rather sharp, pointing straight to the crux of the matter. Indeed, the most crucial point of the battle just now was that Yunyang had not used his trump card at all, nor had he revealed too much of his ability. Yet, the three Saint Lords had all been tricked to death. This kind of statement and this kind of situation seemed very inconceivable, but when one looked at it in reverse, it seemed all too normal and reasonable. When Yunyang had been sprinting along the road, he had already set up a sensing saber energy hidden in the air. When the Shui brothers had provoked him, the mental control had immediately set up the hidden saber energy into a state of circulation. Later, when the saber had struck, the circulation had been completely activated. Only then could the saber wind and sword energy be controlled by him, and he could even control them freely. After that, it was the third style of the divine edge, the second style, reincarnation under saber. Or rather, Yunyang had singled out this style and successfully constructed a reincarnation. A reincarnation of death that had successfully sent three Saint Lords to their graves. This had been a death trap from the very beginning. Alright, time to rest and prepare to explode. Chapter 1367. Not only did the Shui brothers want to kill Yunyang, but Yunyang also intended to use the lives of such high-level experts to establish his authority. In summary, the final conclusion was that there was no solution to this trap. Yunyang had spent a great deal of effort and planning to set up this ambush. Unless a saint-level expert arrived and forcefully interfered with the rules, even if it was a third-grade Saint Monarch pinnacle, it would be an understatement to say that it was highly unlikely for him to survive if he fell into this ambush based on the power Yunyang had displayed so far. Moreover, Yunyang's cultivation base was at least a level higher than any of the three. Lord Supreme Cloud, we're going to enter the city anyway. Why don't we travel together and chat as we walk? It'll be a good story. Beigong Wushuang came over as if he was very familiar with Yunyang. Yunyang glanced at the large group of experts beside him, seemingly unintentionally. Beigong Wushuang guffawed and said, "There must be people here who want to attack you. However, everyone has shown their faces and exposed their tracks today, so there's nothing else to talk about. Why don't we all become your guards from now on? How about that?" So, other than those who appeared out of nowhere, like the three Shui brothers who were obviously pushed out to test the waters, Lord Supreme Cloud, you're already safe. Yunyang had already thought of this even if Beigong Wushuang had not mentioned it. Otherwise, he would have had another layer of scruples. Why did Yunyang have to show himself and fight here? If his tracks were exposed, he would be the target of countless attacks. However, the reality was that the assassination of Yun Yang was done behind his back and could not be brought to the surface. Once it was brought to the surface, he would definitely be investigated. A Saint King could attack with all his might because of karma, but he would not be willing to pay the price with his life. Once these people in front of him were exposed, they would never be involved in Yun Yang's misfortune again. If anything happened to Yun Yang, they would be the first to be investigated. Even if there were people who had yet to show themselves and were still lurking around, these people would not pose any threat before they parted ways at night. Instead, they would rush to the front line to ensure Yun Yang's personal safety. This was the benefit of the title of Mysterious Yellow Hero. The benefits and risks coexisted, and the twists and turns were not something that could be explained in a few words. Walking side by side with Yun Yang, Beigong Wuxia asked with a smile, "I wonder how long Lord Supreme Cloud will be staying in tonight's city this time." Yun Yang glanced at Beigong Wuxia with a faint smile and answered with the same grin, "One has no choice in the martial world. I've stepped into the secular world again, and I feel that what I said is true. I'm afraid I can't decide how long I can stay here. At least, I'll have to see how the sons of saints feel before I can make a decision." Beigong Wuxia laughed heartily. "Lord Supreme Cloud, you're a straightforward man. I'm even more impressed by you now. It's just that the restrictions will inevitably increase after entering the city. Lord Supreme Cloud, you'll have to be careful and get used to it quickly." Yun Yang replied with a chuckle, "Thank you for the reminder. I wonder if there are any customs in this city. Are we not allowed to casually injure the innocent? Even if it's out of one's own conscience, as long as the sword energy is raging and the force is unrestrained, it's probably not allowed to accidentally injure the civilians." Beigong Wuxia chuckled. "Of course. A cultivator's path of cultivation is treacherous, while the people struggle to survive. There's a clear distinction between the two, and there's even a heavenly rule that we must abide by. Then I'm more at ease. At least there aren't many ways to deal with me in the city." Yun Yang smiled easily as he took a step forward. "I wonder how Peerless Saint's son plans to deal with me. No. I've never planned to deal with you." Beigong Wuxia shook his head like a rattle drum. "From the beginning, I've always wanted to be friends with sect leader Yun. Alright, I believe Peerless Saint's son's words about not planning to deal with me, whether you believe it or not." Yun Yang said faintly, "Thank you." Beigong Wuxia's eyes darted around before he suddenly switched to telepathy. His thin voice drilled into Yun Yang's ears, "Lord Supreme Cloud, how about we work together?" "Work together? How?" Yun Yang's expression remained unchanged as he replied telepathically. "Right now, you're in a difficult situation. I believe that Supreme Cloud understands that some things can't be solved with the level of a person's cultivation base." Beigong Wuxia's voice was thin, but he spoke quickly. "The three Shui brothers are only a scout, they're only there to test your limits. On the surface, your status in tonight's city can be said to be extremely honorable and unparalleled. No one will lay a hand on you for no reason. However, the number of people who want your life in the dark is definitely more than you can imagine, Supreme Cloud." Beigong Wuxia said, "If it's the two of us, Supreme Cloud will have an additional chance of survival. At least, you won't have to worry about the threat from my side. Of course, I dare not make any more promises. Whether you can return alive is still up in the air." "What if I don't work with you?" Yun Yang asked faintly. "You'll definitely die." Beigong Wuxia's voice was thin. "How do you want to work together? Or rather, what do you stand to gain from me?" Beigong Wuxia replied, "Benefits are mutual, of course, but Lord Supreme Cloud hasn't agreed to work together yet. What other benefits do I stand to gain?" Peerless Saint Child has also said that benefits are mutual. We can talk about it first. If there's no conflict of interest, we can naturally work together. On the other hand, if we don't show sufficient sincerity first, we can only go our separate ways. Yunyang smiled. I know this very well. You know it too. The situation is clear now. Even if we work together sincerely, the possibility of me returning alive is slim. If we don't work together, even if the situation worsens, it's just adding insult to injury. He smiled nonchalantly. A collaboration like this is fine. It doesn't matter if we do or not. What do you think, peerless saint child? Beigong Wuxuang immediately felt that he was at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and said, Supreme Cloud, you're very perceptive indeed. Let's be frank and put everything on the table. Yunyang's voice grew calmer and more composed. Saint child, please tell me what you want to do, how you want to do it, and what kind of help you can provide me. I have to think about it. This is the least I can do as the weaker party. Beigong Wuxuang said angrily, You're the one to consider. Based on what? You claim to be the weaker party, too. Based on what? It's my bottom line to be in charge of this collaboration. If we can't reach a consensus on this, there's no room for cooperation. Yunyang's voice was elegant. Then I can only thank Saint Child for your kindness. I've always been the one taking the initiative when I work with others. Since everyone has the same bottom line, it's already destined that the collaboration won't work. His voice was filled with extreme confidence, tinged with a hint of a relaxed smile. It's impossible for me to hand over the leadership to someone other than myself. My words don't count, not even for a single day. It's the same in the past, the same today, and the same in the future. For a moment, Beigong Wuxuang felt even more aggrieved and frustrated. However, he was a tough character who could let go easily. After considering the pros and cons of the matter, he decided not to dwell on it. It's reasonable for Supreme Cloud to have concerns. To show my sincerity, I'll make an exception and hand over the leadership to Lord Supreme Cloud, but the Heaven's Oath is still necessary. Yunyang said faintly, the Heaven's Oath must be carried out. That's the real basis of cooperation. The 3 holy palaces each have 4 candidates. This means that there are 11 other candidates who are on par with me. Beigong Wuxuang's voice rang in Yunyang's ears. Even if you're the palace lord's biological son, you'll only be treated the same as the other candidates when you get to this position. The deeper reason is that the Supreme Heaven Pavilion selection won't give you any preferential treatment just because you're the palace lord's son. The Supreme Heaven Pavilion selection is the source of Supreme Cloud's current crisis. However, a crisis isn't necessarily a turning point. It can even be a golden opportunity. This time, I hope to cooperate with you and get rid of 3 of the candidates. Your crisis will be resolved, and my chances of becoming a candidate will increase greatly. That's too difficult. It's absolutely impossible. Let's forget about the cooperation. Yunyang rejected the offer without hesitation. Beigong Wuxuang's method of cooperation and the goal he wanted to achieve were simply wishful thinking. At least, from Yunyang's point of view, all the forces of the 3 heavenly palaces were controlled by these people. How could he get rid of 3 of them just by opening his mouth? If he could do it, Yunyang wouldn't mind killing them all, but in reality, it was impossible. So what if I get rid of 2? The result will still be the same. Beigong Wuxuang bargained. You can only target one of them at most. Even so, as long as you succeed, you'll still achieve your goal, won't you? Then it's settled. I'll only target one of them. What I want to know now is, what can you do for me, Saint Peerless? Or rather, provide any help. I can guarantee the safety of the residence of 9 Supreme's members. At the same time, I can provide you with a secret meeting place. I promise to help you with the relevant information until the end of the cooperation. This is the best I can do, but I can't help you when the other saints attack you. I can't do anything about it. Since they had decided to cooperate, Beigong Wuxuang straightforwardly laid out his bottom line. But on the other hand, I can promise you that if you have a chance to escape and happen to run into me, I'll give you a chance to escape. Then it's settled. Happy cooperation. After the vow to heaven, we'll naturally have a happy cooperation. Of course. Clean and efficient. It was settled. Both of them smiled at each other. However, whether or not they were truly cooperating or what each of them was thinking was something that could not be put into words. They no longer walked in silence. Beigong Wuxuang said with a smile, "Lord Supreme Cloud's safe and sound return is a joyous occasion. Tonight, we'll join hands to welcome Lord Supreme Cloud. Please give us some face, Lord Supreme Cloud." "Of course I have to do this." Yunyang nodded in agreement. If everything went as expected, all the monsters and monsters would show up at tonight's banquet. A saint accompanied him, and 35 saint venerables and great lords clustered around him. Tonight, there were also hundreds of important people waiting at the city gates to welcome them. This was the scene of Yunyang's reappearance in the world. It was not just grand, it was super grand. Even saint monarchs might not be able to witness such a grand spectacle even once in their lifetime. So many of the world's top experts, who did not belong to a single force, had gathered in one place for one person. In front of the city gate. The hundreds of people who had gathered here all looked in Yunyang's direction. In the middle of the crowd were the people from the residence of 9 Supremes, and right next to them were the people from the 9th Supremes. The people around them were basically scrutinizing the people from the two sects with a strange gaze. Even the people from the two sects were sizing each other up. Shi Wuchen and the others thought, "What's going on with this sect? What does it have to do with us?" Ji Lingxi and the others thought, "He founded the residence of 9 Supremes. I wonder how he's doing. His old friends are all on our side, so we can trust each other with our backs and work together. On the other hand, the other side is completely alone, fighting alone, and yet they can still make a name for themselves and not tarnish the name of the 9 Supremes think tank. Not bad." The onlookers thought, "The Supreme Lords of the residence of 9 Supremes are extraordinary. Each of them has the cultivation base of a Supreme Saint. Even if we ignore Supreme Cloud, Yunyang, they are enough to stand in a sect with an upper-class celestial luck banner." However, what we're really curious about are the two leaders of the 9th Supremes. It said that they are the first and second most beautiful women in the bound of universe. I really want to see how beautiful these two girls are with my own eyes. At this time, the target of everyone's expectations, Yunyang, came from afar with a group of people. The people who had been waiting went up to greet him at once. Shi Wuchen and the others were all excited as they hurried forward and called out, "Boss." However, Yunyang nodded and hurried past them. Under the surprised and puzzled gazes of Shi Wuchen and the others, he went to the two leaders of the residence of 9 Supremes. He glanced at them and said, "All of you are here. Very good indeed." The faces of Shi Wuchen and the others darkened at once. The leader indeed had an inexplicable relationship with the residence of 9 Supremes. Perhaps the leader of the residence of 9 Supremes was their leader's wife? The saying that one would lose their humanity to the opposite sex was indeed a wise saying. Even the well-known hero of the bound of universe, Lord Supreme Cloud, could not be exempted from it. Prioritizing a lover over a friend. Behind Shi Wuchen and the others, there were many disciples of the residence of 9 Supremes. They were equally excited as they stared at Yunyang passionately. However, they dared not call out at this time, only their hearts were burning with passion. It's the sect leader. It's really the sect leader. Look at his gaze, look at his figure, and look at his demeanor. It's definitely the one and only residence of 9 Supremes sect leader. This is great. The sect leader has finally returned safely. Their hearts that had been hanging in suspense for a long time could finally be at ease. I've written 6,000 words today. Cough, I should be able to explode tomorrow. I still need to think about Ji Lingxi's, cough. Chapter 1368. Yunyang sprinted all the way to Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu. When he spoke, there was a slight tremble in his voice, revealing the agitation he was forcefully suppressing. Meeting the two equally veiled faces in front of him, Yunyang was unprecedentedly agitated, unable to speak for a moment. Similarly, the pair of limpid eyes in front of him revealed an inexplicable agitation and deep longing. "You're back?" Ji Lingxi tried to control her emotions. "We haven't seen each other for so many years. You're, well." There was a tinge of emotion in her cold voice. It seemed like her control over her emotions was a level higher than Yunyang's, but Shengguan Lingxiu, who was right next to her, knew that Ji Lingxi's hand was gripping hers so tightly that it hurt. What was Shengguan Lingxiu's cultivation base now? After her Aunt Mei Master's guidance, she had already ascended to the heavens in a single bound. Her hand would not be harmed even if she were to face a divine weapon head-on. Now that it was hurting from Ji Lingxi's grip, one could only imagine how much strength Ji Lingxi had exerted. Yunyang's gaze shifted to Shengguan Lingxiu and said with a smile, "I thought it would be a long time before I could see you again." "I didn't expect it to be so soon." Ji Lingxi, who had regained her rationality, wanted to retract her hand, but she was shocked to find that it was gripped tightly by Shengguan Lingxiu. She could only feel a wave of pain, but she could not pull her hand back. Shengguan Lingxiu said calmly with a hint of a smile, "Master did not force me to stay by his side, so I snuck out. I didn't expect that the place I was staying would be like this. Coincidentally, Lingxi was nearby, so we met in a few days. Then, I claimed the mountain and became the king. That's all. Now that we finally see you and know that you're safe, everyone's suspenseful hearts can finally be at ease." Yunyang guffawed, but there was a slight tremor in his laughter. Of course, he knew why Shengguan Lingxiu was only half at ease. It was because he was still in an absolutely dangerous situation. His safety was not assured, and he had yet to break through the barrier of death. It's fine. Since we're able to meet again today, nothing will happen in the future," Yunyang said in a low voice. Shengguan Lingxiu chuckled and said, "We didn't plan to pick you up initially, fearing that it would be too obvious. However, since we're already here and the residence of Ninth Supreme's reputation is too, so, we might as well reveal it openly." Her voice had always been calm and collected, giving people a feeling that she was calm and unruffled, bright and cheerful. However, Ji Lingxi was already rolling her eyes behind her mask. "Sister, if you are really that calm, then let go of my hand." "My hand is about to be crushed by you." Yunyang finally shifted his gaze away from the two girls and turned to Ling Xiaozue, Heaven's Inquisition, Gu Chaoyang, and Dugu Chou who were in the queue. He nodded in acknowledgement. These three were old friends, and it was all thanks to these three men that Ji Lingxi and Ling Xiaozue could come this far so smoothly. Faced with Yunyang's gesture, the three of them were inexplicably excited, returning the greeting with cupped fists. However, they did not know how to address Yunyang. The current Yunyang was not only a hero of the Bound of Universe who enjoyed the reputation of Supreme Cloud, he was also one of the top-notch experts in the Bound of Universe. He was a true Saint Emperor, an overlord of a region. As for the three of them, although they had experienced many fortuitous encounters and improved by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiaozue, who had the highest cultivation base, had only just stepped into the first level of Supreme Saint. The other two had stopped at the fourth level of Saint Emperor, and this cultivation base was all thanks to the residence of Ninth Supreme Celestial Luck Banner. The companions who used to share arms with each other now felt like they were looking up to a great mountain. It was a little unfamiliar, or perhaps they dared not offend him. "Let's not talk about the small talk. We have plenty of time after we settle the matter at hand. I'll pour my heart out to you three old brothers then." We'll drink till we're drunk, till we're drunk. Yun Yang was intelligent enough to understand the trio's intentions immediately. He extended the invitation immediately, showing his sincerity. All right, all right. We'll wait for little brother to drink till we're drunk then. Ling Xiaozue laughed. Definitely. Yun Yang nodded deeply. Ji Lingxi suddenly interjected, her tone filled with curiosity. I heard that you've become a fox's head now. Can you let me have a look and broaden my horizons? Hearing this, Yun Yang, who had always valued his image, was stunned. Could she not be so hurtful the moment they met? I'm a handsome man, and you're telling me you want to see my fox's head? When he turned to look at Shengguan Lingxiu, he saw that the latter's eyes were also filled with curiosity and a tinge of eagerness. Cough, cough, cough. Yun Yang rubbed his nose. This is really unsightly. Maybe next time. That's true. It's indeed inconvenient to do it in public with so many people around. Ji Lingxi came to a sudden realization and said, then it's settled. Let me have a look tonight. Shengguan Lingxiu nodded and said, let's do it then. I've always wanted to keep a white fox. I've always felt that white foxes are especially intelligent and adorable. Yun Yang rubbed his nose, feeling like he was being struck by lightning. I'm your husband. Fiancé. I'm not your pet. Adorable? I'm adorable. Sigh. Under the expectant gazes of Ling Xiaozue and the others, Yun Yang turned around speechlessly and said, you guys are here too. Sigh, you guys have improved a lot during this period. Everything is above my expectations. Greetings, sect leader, senior brother. The disciples behind him bowed in unison. The disciples behind him knelt down at the same time. Greetings, sect leader master. May master be blessed. Rise, all of you. Yun Yang smiled faintly. How's the situation in the residence? Is everything all right? Everything is fine. Shi Wuchen straightened himself, his eyes squinting as he smiled. The residence of 9 Supremes can only be described as changing with each passing day. There are at least a few hundred disciples breaking through every day. The Internal Affairs Hall is so busy with the rewards that they're almost overwhelmed. Majordomo Qian Duo has been nagging me every day that money really can't be spent, and mountains of gold and silver can't be built. Yun Yang chuckled and said, not bad at all. The disciples' progress has not let me down. Wuchen, send word to the Majordomo later. I've gained quite a bit during this period. It should be enough for our sect to feed on for tens of thousands of years. The conversation between Shi Wuchen and Yun Yang made the mouths of those who heard it twitch wildly. F***ck, do you really think that the residents of 9 Supreme Second Supreme can spout nonsense? Hundreds of disciples breaking through in a day? What is this if not bragging? Regardless of the level, even if it was just a beginner, it was impossible for hundreds of disciples to break through in a day. What a load of bullsh*t. And that newly ascended Lord Supreme Cloud, it's one thing for him to act like everything is within my expectations, but what about the tens of thousands of years of feeding on a sect? Are you really serious? Even if the residence of 9 Supremes is still a sect with an upper-class celestial luck banner, how many tens of thousands of years would it take for it to be a newly established sect with only a few hundred disciples? Were the residents of 9 Supremes First and Second Supremes all like this? How arrogant! How arrogant! They did not know that Yun Yang was being modest when he said that tens of thousands of years of feeding on the sect. In fact, Yun Yang's current assets were enough for the residents of 9 Supremes to use until the end of time. Then, the leader of the residents of 9 Supremes, Lord Supreme Cloud, said, by the way, the most taboo in cultivation is to make haste. As teachers, remember to pay more attention to them and don't let them take the wrong path. Of course. There are people keeping an eye on this every day. There will never be any mistakes. Yunyang chuckled and said, "Let me introduce to all of you. This is the residence of 9 Supreme's second Supreme, the famous Supreme Sword, the 3 Autumn Sword, Shi Wuchen." Then, he introduced Shi Wuchen, Luo Dujiang, and the others one by one. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu greeted them one by one. How could they not know that Yunyang was introducing them to their husband's subordinates in this realm? Those at the back are the disciples of the residents of 9 Supremes. The little girl in white is the eldest disciple of my sect leader, Yun Xiaofan. Yunyang introduced the other disciples as well. Yun Xiaofan and the others went forward to kowtow. Cough. Yunyang coughed and said, "Next, young and old men of the residence of 9 Supremes, it's my turn to introduce 2 extraordinary figures who are like gods to you." Shi Wuchen and the others waited solemnly. They had long understood that the existence of the residence of 9 Supremes was unusual, but after a long period of speculation, it was difficult to determine the relationship or origin between this sect and the residence of 9 Supremes or the first Supreme Yunyang himself. This is Ji Lingxi. Ji as in strategy, Lingxi as in telepathy. This means that her surname is Shengguan, and her name is Lingxiu. Cough, cough. These 2 are my fiancés. Cough, 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 cough. Sect leader Yun's sudden words immediately caused countless people to cough. Among them, Shi Wuchen and the others were the worst. Dumbfounded, they choked at the same time, creating a chain reaction. Even Beigong Wuxuang, who had been watching with interest from the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Although he managed to maintain a smile on his face for a moment, he still couldn't control himself and started coughing violently, following in the footsteps of the others. They knew they were related, but this relationship was a little too explosive. Both of them were your fiancés? The first and second most beautiful women in the bound of universe were your fiancés? Both of them were running a sect together, a sect leader and a vice-sect leader. How could they have such a deep relationship? For a moment, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning, and they were dumbfounded. Yunyang, who was probably one of the few who had not coughed, cleared his throat and said, "Everyone knows that I have to face some things in the near future. My life and death may be uncertain. However, if I go back alive, it will be the time to marry them. If not." Suddenly, Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu interrupted him in unison, "If not, then we shall go to the underworld and be husband and wife." The crowd was shocked once more when they heard it. The eyes of the hundreds of experts present flickered without exception. Although Yunyang did not say it explicitly, everyone knew that the matter of his life and death being uncertain should happen right here, right now, in this city tonight. If he could walk out of this city, all the dangers thereafter would no longer be a problem to him. On the other hand, if he could not walk out, he would definitely die here. Now, with the disparity between the enemy's forces and his, it was almost certain that he was destined to die here. Even if he was alone, without any worries, the chances of him leaving this place alive would be less than 10%. Now, however, he had exposed the existence of his 2 fiancés at this delicate moment, as well as all of his and his 2 fiancés' subordinates. Didn't this cause the already terrible situation to become even worse? 2 exceptionally heavy weights had firmly dropped him here. It was more than 100 kilograms on top of one another. He could only become more and more immobile. If there was still a 10% chance of survival before this, there was probably not even a 5% chance of survival now. Looking at Yunyang's back, Beigong Wuxuang was unprecedentedly puzzled. Yunyang was definitely not a fool. He would not be unaware of his own situation. Under such circumstances, he should be trying his best to avoid being exposed. Why did he have to expose Ji Lingxi and the others here? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, the people of the residence of the 9th Supremes could still be safe if he did not expose himself. It was a rule of the martial world that one's wife and children should not be implicated. If it was not an irreconcilable blood feud, it would only target the target and not involve the family members. Furthermore, Yun Yang had made great contributions to the bound of universe. Once Yun Yang perished, all threats would be eliminated, and the higher authorities of the three heavenly palaces would have to treat Yun Yang's family and sex with the utmost respect. Now, however, Yun Yang had tied his two fiancées and the two residences of 9 supremes to his chariot at the same time, facing death at the same time. It was no different from digging his own grave and dragging all those close to him down with him. Yun Yang was obviously not a fool, so why did he still do it? What was the true meaning behind it? Although Beigong Wuxuang had only known Yun Yang for a short period of time, he would rather believe that he was a fool than believe that Yun Yang was one. Looks like he really has other plans. Beigong Wuxuang thought to himself. A loud laughter suddenly rang out. Lei Qianli of the Sacred Heart Palace welcomes the return of Lord Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. The great elder of the Sacred Heart Palace had arrived. Yun Yang's gaze froze as he said, "Greetings, great elder." Lei Qianli said loudly, "Lord Supreme Cloud's trip to the demon race has brought honor to the Bound of Universe. This old man feels honored as well. Today, under the strict order of the Palace Master, we will protect Lord Supreme Cloud's return at all costs." Before Lei Qianli's voice trailed off, 100 experts of the Sacred Heart Palace behind him bowed at the same time. Protect Lord Supreme Cloud's safe return at all costs. Don't let anyone cause trouble. Thank you, everyone. Yun Yang thanks you all here. Yun Yang bowed deeply. After that, the other high-grade cultivators all greeted him, trying their best to be polite. No matter how reluctant they were, they still had to pay their respects to the continent's hero, the Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud's identity. Another loud laughter rang out. It was Beigong Wuxuang, who walked out slowly with a majestic gait. "Lord Supreme Cloud, tonight the 12 of us will host a banquet for you at the Golden Night Tower to welcome you. We hope that Lord Supreme Cloud will do us the honor." Yun Yang said solemnly, "That's for sure." Beigong Wuxuang looked around and said, "If everyone is free, why don't we go together? We won't go home until we're drunk." Everyone echoed his words. Yun Yang smiled. "We have quite a number of people here. Can the Golden Night Tower fit all of them?" Beigong Wuxuang laughed. "Don't worry, Lord Supreme Cloud." Back then, many heroes of the Bound of Universe went to the Bloody Soul Mountain for a banquet at the Golden Night Tower. That day, more than 7,000 experts above the Royal Saint Realm gathered together. Speaking of which, this Golden Night Tower was built for that banquet. It's just that if all of us were to go today, I'm afraid the place would still look empty. Yun Yang laughed and said, "If that's the case, I'll bring my brothers and disciples to have a good meal tonight." "Welcome," Beigong Wuxuang replied. Beigong Wuxuang smiled and said, "In my opinion, the 2 sisters-in-law and their disciples can go as well. Such a grand occasion might only happen once in a lifetime." Ji Lingxi said coldly, "If I'm willing to go, of course I'll go. If I'm not willing, who can force me to go?" The moment she saw Beigong Wuxuang, she felt an inexplicable rage. Before this, Beigong Wuxuang had requested to meet her many times using his identity as a chosen saint. Even though both of them had never met face to face, Ji Lingxi was still annoyed by him. She had always felt that this fellow was not a good person and had ulterior motives. Shangguan Lingxiu shared the same opinion as Ji Lingxi, disliking this person as well. Beigong Wuxuang laughed and said, "Lord Supreme Cloud, you've been on the move. It's only right that you settle down and rest early. Let us enter the city. Please." The crowd parted to form a path. Yun Yang led the way, followed by the people from the residence of 9 Supremes, followed by Ji Lingxi and the others from the residence of 9th Supremes, and then the various experts. Beigong Wuxuang was at the back, his pace slow. Looking at the silhouettes moving in front of him, He lifted his head slightly to look at Yun Yang's back, then turned to look at the green mountain in the distance. He was afraid that Yun Yang would sense the murderous intent in his eyes. Fiancé. Beigong Wushuang's heart was filled with an indescribable rage as he repeated the few words. Despite his esteemed status, he had not been able to meet her even once despite visiting her so many times. Yun Yang, on the other hand, was the fiancé of 2 women at the same time. Beigong Wushuang closed his eyes and murmured, femme fatale, femme fatale. Even after a long time, he still could not completely calm himself down. The journey into the city was smooth, and they entered right away. Boss, a few days ago, the mayor of Jinshao City issued an order that no one is allowed to wear a mask. Today, a few of us are wearing masks, but no one said anything. Shi Wuchen said telepathically. A few days ago? Yun Yang was taken aback. Yes. Yun Yang's expression darkened. I understand. The lanterns were first lit. Today's Golden Night Tower was far more dazzling than before. Neon lights shot into the sky, illuminating hundreds of miles around it as bright as day. In front of the door, 48 plainly dressed girls were all as beautiful as flowers. They were divided into 2 groups and stood on either side of the door, naturally forming a beautiful and captivating scene. 9 huge lanterns hung high above the Golden Night Tower's door. Each lantern had a large word written on it, and when put together, it formed 9 words, Welcome Lord Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. At this moment, there was a continuous stream of experts rushing over from all directions. They came in an endless stream, one after another. The banquet this time had stirred up the entire city, but its influence was unimaginable. There were no invitations for this banquet. You could come if you wanted, but you could not come if you didn't want to. It seemed that the threshold was extremely low. In reality, however, those who were not qualified, or had insufficient cultivation base, would not come at all. High-level cultivators at least had this bit of self-awareness. They would never come to ask for a snub or to embarrass themselves. After all, if one were to lose face in a place like this, it would at least lead to the birth of inner demons, or at worst, they would be hated by super experts. Who knew when they would die without even knowing why? After the participants entered the hall and walked 100 feet forward, they saw a huge banquet hall. The hall was at least 100 feet high, and it was completely empty in the middle. The surroundings were divided into 3 levels of stairs, which were further divided into smaller areas. Although the areas were divided, no matter which area you sat in, you could clearly see all the people in all directions. Just this huge hall alone was enough to accommodate 4,000 to 5,000 people for a banquet. At the entrance of the Golden Night restaurant, there was a person who called out names and led the way. The person in charge of calling out names was a peak-level holy venerable expert. With a light word, his voice spread throughout the entire restaurant, and everyone could hear him from far and near. With a single word, a young lady dressed in white came forward and led the newcomers to her own area. There were also some people who came forward and reported their names, cultivation base, and affiliation, waiting for the allocation. However, the holy venerable expert would only say apologetically in a low voice, I'm sorry, it seems like there is no place for you inside. After saying this, the newcomers were about to leave with a face full of shame. Unhappiness, displeasure, and dissatisfaction were not in the heart of the person who called out names. Thus, there was no one who would cause trouble, pick a fight, or look for trouble. Perhaps they could not, or perhaps they could not. All high-level cultivators, besides judging the situation, cherished their lives even more. If it was not for the great benefits, or if the mysterious universe was facing the danger of extinction, very few people would be willing to die and disappear in a day. As people started to enter and take their seats in the surrounding area, those who were qualified to enter this area had to be at least Lord Saints. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were in groups of 7 to 8. Holy venerable cultivators who had not reached the level of Lord Saints were not qualified to take a seat here. All of them went to the higher rows of seats. Slowly, most of the people in the meeting seemed to have taken their seats. 70 to 80% of the seats were already occupied. Everyone had a pot of tea in front of them. Many young ladies dressed in white carried the teapot through the crowd like butterflies. They were graceful and graceful. The great elder of the Sacred Heart Palace, Lei Qianli, brought his people and sat in the exclusive area of the Sacred Heart Palace. His expression was calm. The other large private rooms were also occupied by people one after another. At this moment, there were only 14 to 15 rooms left in the east, west, and north directions. Soon. Someone said. Lei Qianli smiled faintly and sighed. This is probably the first time in the past 10,000 years that all the saints have gathered in such an orderly manner, right? Someone beside him laughed and said, "At least, I have never heard of such a gathering before." A gathering of heroes. Someone sighed emotionally. I said it should be the dragon and tiger storm. Perhaps it was a prophecy. After these words were spoken, a faint murderous intent gradually appeared in the large hall. Although it was hidden, it truly existed, and there was not the slightest bit of it being fake. At this time, a name was announced at the door. Lord Yuxiao, the saint of the Eastern Celestial Palace, has arrived. Lord Dongfang Xingchen, the saint of the Eastern Celestial Palace, has arrived. Lord Lai Kuangfeng, the saint of the Eastern Celestial Palace, has arrived. Lord Ensinyu, the saint of the Eastern Celestial Palace, has arrived. The 4 saints of the Eastern Celestial Palace had arrived. Each of them brought 4 experts with them. As the 4 of them entered, the crowd fell silent and looked at them with respect. Mo Dao Saint was at the peak of this world and could look down on authority. However, there were still many limitations. At least when facing the saints of the 3 celestial palaces, the saint monarchs did not have the sense of superiority of being a peak expert. Perhaps, they really had to lower their heads. After all, the saints were the supreme existences of the 3 celestial palaces. Even if they couldn't ascend to the position of the celestial palace lord, they would still have a high position and would at least be ranked in the top 10. They could be said to be high and mighty figures. Dongfang Xingchen walked forward slowly and brought his men to the central box of the 7 largest boxes in the north. As for Ensinyu and the rest, they had a tacit understanding of each other. Before the palace lord was decided, the position of the palace lord's son was naturally the highest. This was also a convention, or in other words, it was like this in public. Shimen Huanyu, the saint of the Western Heaven Holy Palace, has arrived. Lu Mingsheng, the saint of the Western Heaven Holy Palace, has arrived. Jia Shixiang, the saint of the Western Heaven Holy Palace, has arrived. Feng Patian, the saint of the Western Heaven Holy Palace, has arrived. These 4 people's movements were similar to those of the Eastern Celestial Palace. The palace lord's son, Shimen Huanyu, was at the most northern core position. Beigong Wushuang, the saint of the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace, has arrived. Huan Wenyuan, the saint of the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace, has arrived. Nan Tianyun, the saint of the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace, has arrived. Lan Ting, the saint of the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace, has arrived. In the minds of ordinary people, the actions of the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace should be similar to those of the Eastern and Western Celestial Palaces, with the son of the Northern Wasteland Palace Lord, Beigong Wushuang, sitting at the highest position. However, the actions of the 4 Beigong Wushuang were completely different from those of the other 2 celestial palaces. When Dongfang Xingchen and the other Eastern Celestial Palaces chosen arrived, they were full of smiles and treated each other with respect. When Shimen Huanyu and the other Western Heaven Holy Palaces chosen arrived, they also had amiable expressions on their faces. The 4 chosen seemed to be extremely harmonious. When the 4 holy sons of the Northern Desolate Demon Palace arrived, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Beigong Wushuang, who was also a direct descendant of the northern desolate demon palace, arrived with a frosty expression. The other three also ignored each other and looked at each other with undisguised killing intent in their eyes. It was as if they couldn't wait for the other party to die. No one would have thought that the relationship between the four chosen of the northern wasteland demon palace would be this bad. Furthermore, they did not conceal it at all, exposing it to the world. Everyone in the meeting felt sad at the sight of this. On the contrary, the chosen of the two celestial palaces did not have any strange expressions. Only their faces were full of deep meaning and thought-provoking. They seemed to have long been aware of this situation and were already used to it. Beigong Wushuang walked up to the northern room with large strides. The other three also brought their guards and walked to their rooms expressionlessly. They did not even greet each other. After Huan Wenyuan, one of the northern wasteland demon palace's chosen, sat down, his gaze swept across the two guest rooms and asked indifferently, "Lord Supreme Cloud is not here yet?" His words came out unhurriedly, as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He did not have a specific target in mind, but he just said it like that. Beigong Wushuang rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. The other chosen did not reply either. However, the owner of the Golden Knight Tower, a huge fatty, took a step forward and said respectfully, reporting to Lord Chosen, "Lord Supreme Cloud is not here yet." Huan Wenyuan snorted and murmured, "What an arrogant man." This time, no one paid attention to him. Even the owner of the Golden Knight Tower did not dare to make a sound. Huan Wenyuan did not mind. He sat down in a very comfortable position and then slammed the table, shouting, "Where's the wine? Where's the food? Where's the tea?" At this time, Lai Kuangfeng, the chosen of the Eastern Celestial Palace, said with dissatisfaction, "Why do you have so many bad habits? Do you think this is your own home?" Huan Wenyuan jumped to his feet and said angrily, "Who did you say?" Lai Kuangfeng also stood up and said angrily, "I'm talking about you." "What's wrong?" Huan Wenyuan was furious. "Say that again?" Lai Kuangfeng said angrily, "I'm talking about you. What do you dare to do? Do you have a problem with that?" Huan Wenyuan suddenly laughed. "I knew you were talking about me. Out of so many people, you're the only one who said that. This is fate. I say, Brother Lai, why don't you just come over and have a drink?" Everyone in the hall, except for those from the northern wasteland demon palace, had their eyes popped out of their sockets. What kind of godly development was this? How could this chosen of the northern wasteland demon palace be like this? This was 2F** king funny, wasn't it? Lai Kuangfeng was also stunned. He couldn't help but scratch his head and said in surprise, "Huh? What did you say? Why aren't you angry anymore? Shouldn't you be furious and filled with indignation?" He was ready to fight, but the other party suddenly chickened out. For a moment, Lai Kuangfeng was at a loss. Huan Wenyuan said, "Brother Lai, you are a man of character. We have the same temperament. We regret not having met earlier. Heroes cherish heroes. Why are you angry? What are you thinking, Brother Lai? This is ridiculous." Lai Kuangfeng's face became more and more confused. Same temperament? Temperament? This. He scratched his head, as if he couldn't believe that he was also this kind of person. He sat down with a dumbfounded face and muttered, "Regret not having met earlier?" "No, I don't feel that way at all," Huan Wenyuan said arrogantly. "Who else wants to scold me? I'm just asking, who else?" It was quiet all around, not a single sound could be heard. Huan Wenyuan snorted and slammed the table, bellowing, "Where's the wine? Where's the food? Where's the tea? Where's the people? Are they all dead?" Hearing this, everyone's face darkened. What kind of person was this? What kind of person was the holy son of the northern wasteland demon palace? How could he be so unexpected? The fat owner of the Golden Knight Tower was sweating profusely. Coming, coming. Lord Holy Sun, please calm down. Hurry up. Huan Wenyuan said angrily, if you don't hurry up, I'll tear down your Golden Knight Tower. Everyone was speechless. Damn, the Northern Wasteland Demon Palace was amazing, daring to say that they were going to touch the Golden Knight Tower. Didn't they know that the Golden Knight Tower was the place where the Blood Soul Mountain vowed to fight? It was fine if they did something behind the scenes, but to say something so blatantly like this. Did they even want to think about it? At this moment, another announcement came from the door. Lord Heaven's Supreme Cloud has arrived with the residents of 9 Supremes. The residence of 9 Supremes has arrived. Now that no one was seated, there were only the 2 largest boxes on the east side and the west side. These 2 boxes were reserved for these 2 sections. Initially, the residents of 9 Supremes and the 9th Supremes were not qualified to sit here, at least not to enjoy such an excellent position. However, these 2 sects were closely related to Yun Yang, so their statuses had risen accordingly, and they were treated with special respect. The crowd turned to look at the source of the voice. At the entrance, a person dressed in purple with a huge mask on his head walked in leisurely and calmly. Beside him were 2 ladies who wore white veils as well. One was dressed in white while the other was dressed in red. The one in red was Ji Lingxi while the one in white was Shengguan Lingxiu. Both of them were tall and had graceful postures. Although their true appearances had not been revealed, their movements still carried the aura of celestial beings that had descended from the heavens. At this moment, as they walked slowly in the hall, it gave people the feeling that they were stepping on colorful auspicious clouds, completely out of this world. As the 2 ladies followed Yun Yang in, they immediately attracted admiring gazes. At this moment, a person who was sitting in the furthest box on the north side of the main seat stood up and coughed. Lord Supreme Cloud, please wait. You are? I'm Si Wuya, the city governor of Jinshao City. Greetings, Lord Supreme Cloud. Oh, it's City Governor Si. Greetings. Yun Yang's tone was still calm, accompanied by a hint of amicability. However, no one knew that his eyes behind the mask were cold. As expected, the show was about to begin. Si Wuya? Did he want to become a dead crow? Lord Supreme Cloud, many masked men came into Jinshao City some time ago, claiming to be the Bound of Universe's Supreme Cloud. These people were all deceivers and were proven to be fakes in the end. However, this cost a lot of manpower, resources, and time. After all, with the title of the Bound of Universe's hero, many conventional methods can't be used at all. Si Wuya coughed and said, I've reported it to the holy sons of the 3 celestial palaces, and they've come up with a new rule. Whoever comes to Jinshao City is not allowed to wear a mask or a veil. He looked embarrassed. After all, I hope Lord Supreme Cloud can forgive me. Yun Yang was silent for a moment before he asked, So, please forgive me, Lord Supreme Cloud, Si Wuya said. Yun Yang said, what you're trying to say is that even if I've proven my identity, I still can't wear a mask and have to show my true face. Is that so? Si Wuya looked troubled. This. I won't hide it from you, there are still many people pretending to be Lord Supreme Cloud. If we don't use this method, we can't distinguish them quickly. Fortunately, everyone knows that Lord Supreme Cloud has been plotted against by the demon clan. Your current appearance is different from an ordinary person's. Yun Yang said, at the end of the day, I still have to take off my mask, am I right? Si Wuya coughed and stole a few glances before he answered, yes. Yun Yang chuckled strangely. What if I insist on not taking it off? Then I'm sorry. This welcoming banquet is organized for Lord Supreme Cloud. Those who wear masks are all people with unknown identities. How can they share the same fate? Si Wuya did not budge an inch. Instead, he fought back with equal harshness. "Oh?" Yunyang asked. He looked around and said faintly, "I wonder if anyone else has the same thought, thinking that I, who insists on wearing a mask, am unworthy of sharing the same fate?" At this time, Dongfang Xingchen from the Eastern Sky Palace spoke up. "This saint's son feels that there is no need for Lord Supreme Cloud to remove his mask. This rule can be applied to anyone, but only to Lord Supreme Cloud. This is a great insult to Lord Supreme Cloud." Beigong Wushuang said, "Coincidentally, I think so too." Huan Wenyuan said loudly, "Why? Everyone else has taken off their masks. Can a hero be an exception?" Nantian Yun sneered. "Hero? He has to prove that he's a hero first." Lanting said, "Words are no proof. Everything is up to the heavens. I also think that it's better to remove the mask. Wearing a mask at the banquet is a form of disrespect to everyone." For a moment, the representatives of various forces spoke up. A small half of them thought that Yunyang, as the victim of this matter, had no obligation to remove his mask. However, more people thought that since the decree was aimed at everyone, Yunyang should not be an exception and had to remove his mask. Yunyang chuckled, shocking the crowd. He said, "I didn't think that there would be such a mess at a banquet supposedly held for me. I won't participate in this welcoming banquet then." Before his voice trailed off, Yunyang turned and left. He was only pretending, knowing that these people would not let him leave. Sure enough, Si Wuya's eerie voice rang out. "You want to leave without proving your identity?" Huan Wenyuan sneered as well. "That's right. Even if you want to leave, you have to remove your mask first." Yunyang smirked coldly, "Empty words are a waste of breath. Could someone please remove this mask for me?" Once he said this, the crowd fell silent. Everyone could make a fuss. The law did not punish the masses, and it was difficult to punish the masses. However, if they were to attack Supreme Cloud in front of everyone, it would be a full-fledged falling out. Not many would dare to do so. This had nothing to do with Yunyang's cultivation base, but his identity. A hero of the bound of universe. Who dares to fight? Dongfang Xingchen stood up, his gaze shaking the void. "Whoever dares to fight, whoever dares to be rude to Supreme Cloud, will have to go through me first." Huan Wenyuan stood up abruptly. "Not daring to show your true face doesn't necessarily mean that you have a wicked heart. How can you say that he is Supreme Cloud? Others don't dare, but I do." Beigong Wushuang stood up abruptly and slammed the table. "How dare you? Huan Wenyuan, who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous?" Nantian Yun and Lanting stood up at the same time and laughed strangely. "The more we debate, the clearer we become. Do we still need courage to confirm the truth and reveal it to the world?" Following that, the other saints also stood up one after another. It was going to be a chaotic scene. Chapter 1369. "Lord Supreme Cloud, please take a seat." Dongfang Xingchen's eyes were filled with disdain. "Today's banquet is to welcome Lord Yun, there's no need to spoil the mood for such a trivial matter. Sit down, I'd like to see who has any objections." A few others looked at him coldly. This banquet is indeed for Lord Supreme Cloud, but what right does he have to sit? He's wearing a mask, who knows who he is? Ha 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 ha, Yunyang guffawed again. "I know all of you are trying to provoke me, but, today's banquet is for Supreme Cloud, it can't end without a cause." Before his words echoed in the air, Yunyang had already stood up and stretched out his arm, hollering coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss here? Whether I take off my mask or not is not something you can interfere with." A ray of white light morphed into a large hand that resembled white jade. It disappeared in a flash, filled with murderous intent. With a swoosh, a strong gust of wind swept across the sky, sending chills down everyone's spine. Si Wuya cried out, "Save me, Lord." More than a dozen spiritual energies rushed in from all directions, blocking his path forcefully. A few voices cried out, "Supreme Cloud, stop." With a loud boom, Yun Yang's jade-colored hand was shattered in the air. However, the hand that seemed to have dissipated and could no longer do anything gathered again. Like a hurricane, it sped towards Si Wuya's head under everyone's watchful eyes. 5 fingers closed. There was a smacking sound. Si Wuya's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. His divine soul emerged with a whoosh. However, a beam of black light shot out at the same time. As soon as the divine soul took on a human form, it was seized by the black light and shattered. Yun Yang's killing blow and the dozens of Saint Lord's attempts to stop him were futile. The city lord of tonight's city was dead, his body and soul destroyed. Everyone was indescribably shocked and they saw the unexpected event unfold before their eyes. Yun Yang strode forward and said coldly, "Members of the residence of 9 Supremes, follow me to your seats. I must taste the wine of this banquet today, to see if it's bitter or sweet." As he spoke, a domineering aura rose from his body. It was as if he was the enemy of the world, and no one dared to stop him. He strode forward with an indomitable aura. No one dared to stop him. Behind him, Shi Wuchen and the others answered in unison and followed closely behind Yun Yang. They could feel the blood boiling in their chests as they were filled with pride. At this moment, to be able to follow the sect leader and charge forward in front of the heroes of the world, the only thing they felt was that even if they died, it would be worth it. After taking a few steps forward, Huan Wenyuan only had time to say, "Wait." Before he could finish, Yun Yang had already sat down and turned to look at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Northern Wasteland Demonic Palace's Son of God, how dare you? Yun Yang walked over boldly, leaving those from the residence of 9 Supremes where they were, along with the rest of the people from the residence of 9 Supremes. They didn't care anymore. Everyone was astonished. Why did he leave on his own? Weren't the 2 residents of 9th Supremes his 2 fiancées? His 2 fiancées were also wearing veils. Is there something else? The situation was very strange. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu looked at each other and saw the hint of a smile in each other's eyes. Now, it's our turn. Although the city lord is dead, the ban in tonight's city is still in place, Huan Wenyuan said coldly. Huan Wenyuan said coldly, Lord Yun Yang, as the person involved and the hero of the Bound of Universe, has sacrificed a lot. It's reasonable for him to insist on wearing it, but you 2 women have knowingly violated the law. You must remove your veils. As he spoke, countless pairs of eyes were on Yun Yang. These are your fiancés, what are you going to do? Asking your woman to take off her mask was much more humiliating than asking you to take off your mask. Yun Yang said faintly, I am me, my fiancés are my fiancés. They have their own freedom to do what they want. If you have the ability to remove their veils, I won't say anything. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a show of weakness, an extreme cowardice. What do you mean you won't say anything? You looked like a man just now, why are you so timid now? Are you going to watch your fiancés be bullied? Are you going to ignore everything? Are you going to do nothing? He just watched with his eyes wide open. What bullsh** T was he happy to see it happen? What the f***ck? Are you still a man? Ji Lingxi chuckled and walked to the box where the residence of 9th Supremacy was, saying, People of the residence of 9th Supremacy, follow me. I'd like to see who will remove my veil as well. Amidst her laughter, she had already exchanged a look with Yun Yang. Yun Yang returned the look of watching a show. Huan Wenyuan hollered, Go, remove their veils. They are not the heroes of the Bound of Universe, how can they be an exception? Before his words echoed in the air, 7 to 8 silhouettes leaped up at the same time. Two of them were the fastest, moving like lightning and already within 10 feet of the two women. The others landed resentfully. There were too many people who wanted to go for this mission, and their enthusiasm was far above that of targeting Yunyang. They were the legendary number 1 and number 2 beauties in the world. No one had ever seen their lineup, so who would not want to see their real faces? If they could succeed in one strike, they would be able to boast about it in the future. In a flash, two silhouettes were already in front of Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu. Both their hands came down hard, not allowing any explanation. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's footsteps did not stop, as if they did not see anything, continuing to stride forward. The hands of the two Saint Lords were just about to touch their veils. "Pardon me." With one word, they grabbed them. It was at this moment that Ji Lingxi's body glowed with a faint white light. As the white light flickered, a thin bolt of lightning shot out at an extreme speed. At the same time, a red light quietly rose from Shengguan Lingxiu as well. As the red light flickered, a black bolt of lightning appeared forcefully. Those who attended the meeting today were all highly skilled cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally excellent. Everyone could see that the two bolts of lightning were very thin. At least, they did not look like they had much lethality to speak of. However, it was those two thin bolts of lightning. Boom! Ugh! Two cries of agony rang out at the same time. The two Saint Lords who had just pounced on Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu felt as if they had been struck by a giant's palm. As they spat out blood, they were thrown backward at an even faster speed than when they had attacked earlier. Everyone could still see clearly that their bodies, which were still in midair, were still surrounded by thin zigzagging bolts of lightning, swimming from head to toe. Then, with a light crack, the bodies of the two Saint Monarchs exploded in midair. All the bones, muscles, and blood in his body were completely separated from his body. There was no mistake at all. At this moment it was as if the two of them had set off two extra-large blood-colored fireworks in the air. Their flesh and bones separated completely, leaving only two complete skeletons that continued to float backward. Crack, crack, finally, the two skeletons could no longer bear the burden and began to separate and disperse, turning into bits and pieces that slowly disappeared in the air. Then, just as the souls of the two Saint Lords appeared, two hands appeared in the air. One was slightly black while the other was snow-white. With two soft sounds, the souls of the two Saint Lords followed in the footsteps of the Castellan tonight, crushed into pieces and doomed eternally. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. After writing this chapter, he was somewhat stuck. I think I made a mistake. I'll update this chapter first today. If it's not easy to proceed, I'll edit this chapter again tomorrow. Chapter 1370. Silence reigned. Everyone seemed to have been dumbfounded. They stared at the empty space in a daze. There was still a pool of blood and flesh on the ground, but there was nothing in the air. It was as if the two lords had evaporated into thin air. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of their souls. Everyone could see it. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's graceful silhouettes did not stop as they continued to stride forward. Every step they took was like a lotus, swaying gracefully. There was an indescribable elegance to them, an indescribable charm to them. Wherever they passed, a fragrant wind lingered while the blood on the ground evaporated in advance, following the direction of their footsteps. As soon as this change occurred, everyone in the hall was astounded, and all of them were dumbstruck and tongue-tied. Countless Lord Saints could not help shuddering the moment their gazes fell on the pool of blood on the ground. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they were. Ji Lingxi was about to step into the residence of the Ninth Supremacy's box when she suddenly turned around and looked at Huan Wenyuan. She said faintly, "Huan Wenyuan, you, the Northern Wasteland Demonic Palace's Sun Saint, don't live up to your name. You're just spouting empty words. Why didn't you do it yourself just now?" If you did it yourself, wouldn't it be perfectly justifiable? Knowledge and action are one. Beside her, Shengguan Lingxiu was also looking at Huan Wenyuan with murderous intent in her eyes. Huan Wenyuan's face was pale, his eyes blank. How could he not understand the true meaning of her words? If he had done it himself just now, he would be the one who would be destroyed in both body and soul. He would have become an illusion. The Holy Sun's status was revered and his cultivation was high, but when it came to true cultivation, it wasn't much higher than the people around him. Just that power and the backlash just now, Huan Wenyuan knew that he couldn't resist it no matter what. Even if he cultivated for another 100 years, he would not be able to withstand it. These two women were actually so terrifying. He gritted his teeth and did not speak. He panted heavily, but his heart was filled with rage. Could the two of you protect Yunyang just because you two women are powerful? Once Yunyang dies, the two of you will only be women, two beautiful widows who have yet to marry. As he thought about it, his heart was ablaze. If Yunyang dies, and he doesn't die in my hands, I can avenge Yunyang. Perhaps, the 6 or 7 experts who had leaped up to clean up the two women's masks, only to have their masks snatched away by others, fell back down unwillingly. Their faces were deathly pale, and their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, I stopped myself. Otherwise, right now, Yunyang did not move, but he was grumbling inwardly, **T, do all of you really think that I'm a coward by not doing anything? I can't even remove the veils on these two girls. I thought that I could try kissing them now that my cultivation base has improved, but it's still the same as before. No, I could still touch Lingxiu in the past, but it looks like I can't even touch Lingxiu now. What kind of **king life is this?" Shengguan Lingxiu said faintly, "We've never thought of stirring up trouble when we came here this time. Our only thought is to welcome our husband back. We can't even be bothered with the grudges here. I didn't expect that the heroes of the world would gather here to unveil these two little girls. This is really unexpected. We sisters will wait here. I wonder if anyone else wants us to remove our veils. Why don't you try again?" Ji Lingxi smirked and said, "Like I said, empty words are useless. If you're a man, put it into action. Stand up and let us sisters see what a man is like." Although the two women were wearing white veils, their lithe figures were already captivating. They stood at the door of the room, exuding an aura of elegance. In spite of this, none of the experts dared say a word, let alone step forward. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling. Just now, what exactly happened? They did not see the two women make a move. How did those 2 second-grade saint monarchs turn into ashes and die? Could it be that the protective chi that was beyond imagination had killed the two lords the moment they came into contact? Isn't this a little too terrifying? The hall was silent for a long, long time. Everyone was still staring at Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu in shock. The reason for the crowd's loss of composure was very simple. They had all come to the same conclusion: their power and capabilities were incredible. Could these two women actually be saint-level experts? However, why would such a strong master have his eyes on Yunyang? Why would they be willing to share a husband with two women? What right did they have? Rumor had it that Supreme Cloud, Yunyang, had an outstanding appearance before he was sealed into a fox's head. He was a top-notch gigolo. Perhaps it was because of this that he had been favored by these two powerful women? In fact, Yunyang's smooth-sailing journey was mostly due to these two men's influence, relying on their strength. After witnessing the two women's astounding capabilities, the crowd's imagination began to run wild. Many people's gazes towards Yunyang changed at once. Gigolo. You freaking live off a woman to this extent. You're really the only one in history who's ever done it. What they did not know was that Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu were sighing helplessly inwardly despite their arrogance. Although the two ladies' real cultivation base had improved a lot since they parted ways with Yun Yang, they were already at the level of third-level Supreme Saint. This improvement was not insignificant, it was absolutely commendable. However, with their current level, they did not have the right to interfere in today's situation. They were still relying on the powerful protective qi reflection that they had been blessed with. With such a powerful protection, even if a saint came to attack, it would be futile, let alone a saint lord. If Yun Yang wanted to kiss them, not only would he have to continue working hard, he would probably have to work hard for a very, very long time. However, when it came to the two women taking the initiative to defeat the enemy, they would not be able to do anything even if any of the lords present were to stand still and allow them to use all their trump cards. However, the effect of the commotion had already been created. The qi reflection effect of the protective qi reflection was too frightening and too deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. There was no need to do anything else, it had already subdued all the experts present, without exception. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base was, the lower their judgment of themselves. For example, ascending to the level of saint was already a formidable expert in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. However, there were still saint kings, saint emperors, saint venerables, and above saint lords, half-step saints, and saints. Above these, there were even stronger existences. As for the higher existences that surpassed this world's knowledge and were comparable to a certain monarch who could split the world into two with a single sword, there were a few who were protective by nature. In other words, they were extremely protective. Ji Lingxi's father, for example, was at least in the top 5 in this aspect. As for Shengguan Lingxiu's grandmaster, who was also Aunt Mei's husband, he ranked even higher, being one of the top 3. If the disciples and children of these two had come out to gain experience, perhaps they would have let them go if they were boys. But especially when it was 2 girls, it was already going against their hearts that these 2 fellows didn't directly follow them. This made them a little worried. Based on this mentality, it was only natural for them to be given protective treasures and the like. The only fear was that it was not enough or strong enough. After a while, Dongfang Xingchen of the East Celestial Palace had a strange gleam in his eyes as he ordered in a low voice, "Clean this up. Today is a joyous day for us to welcome Supreme Cloud's safe return. Don't let the stench of blood dilute the atmosphere." Before his words echoed in the air, a group of Golden Knight Tower's attendants had already rushed over to clean up. The remains of the Castellan, who had been the most authoritative figure in tonight's city before today, were swept away like trash, yet no one spoke up for him. This was the martial world. You chose the wrong side and stood on the wrong side, yet the person you relied on did not stand up for you. Then, you could just die, a worthless death that you deserved. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. If my fist is big enough, I can be reasonable even if I'm unreasonable. At the entrance of the Golden Knight Tower, a youth was clenching his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the Castellan's corpse. His gaze was filled with resentment as he bit the edge of his lips so hard that blood dripped down. However, even though the young man's entire body was trembling, he did not make the slightest sound. He only stared fixedly at one of the few people in the north direction. After staring fixedly for a long time, he finally turned around and left. Revenge. He had seen his father discussing with the Son of God with his own eyes. The reason his father had stood up was because of the Son of God's coercion. However, when it came to the critical moment, not only did this Son of God not lend a helping hand as he had promised, he had even pretended to be a good person, turning a deaf ear to the fact that his father had been killed. When it came to revenge, he did not hate Yun Yang. Yun Yang was the main culprit who had killed his father, but there was a reason for him to do so. His father had provoked him first and the matter was urgent. If Yun Yang had held back, he would only be looked down upon and leave behind a hidden threat. He was being too soft-hearted. If he were in Yun Yang's shoes, he would probably be even more ruthless than Yun Yang. However, he could not help but hate the person who had egged his father on, who had made countless empty promises but had done nothing in the end. I must avenge this in this lifetime. The youth brought his followers and took his father's corpse away, vanishing without a trace. Yunyang sat down boldly, as steady as a mountain. The Golden Knight restaurant's wine and dishes were served like flowing water. Killing the city lord to establish his authority, coupled with the two ladies' terrifying abilities, had long suppressed many of his petty thoughts. At this moment, the Golden Knight restaurant was filled with the aroma of wine and dishes. The unpleasantness, conflict, and the stench of blood seemed to have vanished without a trace. Just as the banquet began, Dongfang Xingchen, who was dressed in a robe whiter than snow, stood up slowly, his face full of smiles as he said, "Lord Supreme Cloud, please don't be offended. Millions of people have millions of thoughts, and the unhappiness just now was only the opinions of a few. Now that the small conflict has passed, please allow me to represent the world's heroes to propose a toast to Lord Supreme Cloud." Although there was still a snort mixed in, everyone present still raised their goblets in unison, a toast to Lord Supreme Cloud. Bang! Before they could finish their words, the window above them suddenly exploded, and a black-clothed masked man walked in like a demonic god. He sneered, "Didn't you say that it's a toast to me? I haven't even arrived yet, so what are you all drinking for? I wonder who you all are drinking for. Presumptuous. Who is it?" Immediately, a few people shouted angrily. Everyone present looked over in unison, only to see that the person who had just arrived had an extremely powerful aura. As he descended from the sky, he revealed the majestic aura of a king who had just arrived, and his power was unparalleled. "Who are you?" Dongfang Xingchen bellowed angrily, "Which madman dares to cause trouble in this banquet? Do you know what kind of place this is? Such arrogance, do you want to make the entire bound of universe your enemy?" The masked man in black guffawed, "Madman? This noble one has stirred up unpredictable winds and clouds in the demon realm, stirring up endless bloodshed. For the bound of universe, I can be said to have given my all for the sake of the bound of universe's human race. How can you be so arrogant just because I want to know what's going on? Where are the leaders of the 3 heavenly palaces? This noble one would like to ask one thing. Previously, when you announced that you would confer me the title of Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud, does that still count? What a joke, what a joke." As soon as the newcomer's words came out, everyone present fell into a strange atmosphere of shock. This noble one came to tonight's city to borrow the Blood Soul Mountain to return to the demon realm. I was supposed to pass through the city, but I heard that Lord Supreme Cloud was hosting a banquet here. Out of curiosity, I was tempted. The black-clothed man chuckled coldly. "At first, I thought that my whereabouts were not kept a secret and was discovered by someone who set up a banquet here. I was tempted by the fact that the bound of universe's human race still remembered this noble one's efforts. But now that I'm here, I realize that the one you all invited is someone else. But, who exactly is it? Is it really the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud?" He laughed and said, "If he's the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud, then who am I?" Supreme Cloud. This person actually called himself the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. If the person who came was the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud, then who was the person sitting at the head of the hall? The entire hall was shocked. Shi Wuchen could not help but curse, "Shameless fellow. Who do you think you are to pretend to be my boss?" The man waved his hand casually and hollered, "How dare an ant pretend to be a member of the residence of 9 Supremes? Die!" A beam of white light struck like a bolt of lightning, full of murderous intent. Shi Wuchen bellowed and drew his sword to meet the attack. With a loud bang, Shi Wuchen felt a surge of tremendous force. Even with his successive breakthroughs and great improvement in his cultivation base, he was still not strong enough. At the same time, Shi Wuchen felt a sinister force transmitted from the long sword to his fingers, wrists, arms, all the way to the vital point of his heart. The person's sudden attack was obviously to kill Shi Wuchen in one fell swoop to establish his authority. Furthermore, his intention was not only to deny Yun Yang's identity as Supreme Cloud, but also to deny the entire residence of 9 Supremes as well. His intention to kill was obvious. Shi Wuchen was also someone who had been through a lot. It was one thing for him to be lacking in strength, but it was not to the extent that he could only resign himself to death. He took a deep breath and was about to explode his chi reserves to fight for his life when he felt a hand on his back. Immediately, the sinister force was repelled by a warm force, dissipating into nothingness. Not only that, but the momentum of his retreat, which had been forced by the opponent's overwhelming strength to the point of losing his footing, also came to a stop. It was Yun Yang. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu were enraged and were about to stand up and attack. The person was now pretending to be Yun Yang, which meant that he was pretending to be their man. To the 2 ladies, it was a great humiliation. Yun Yang's voice rang in their ears. Don't be impatient. There must be someone behind this. It won't help if you act rashly. You might even alarm the enemy. Don't move first. I want to lure them and see how many people are against me. The 2 ladies snorted, rolled their eyes, and sat down. Dongfang Xingchen's shocked voice could be heard saying, "Who are you? Supreme Cloud?" Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. What a joke! Lord Supreme Cloud is already sitting here. As he spoke, he pointed at Yun Yang. Under the gaze of countless Saint Lords and Saint Venerables, the man in black was still at ease. He threw his head back and guffawed. What a joke! What a joke! To be acknowledged by the world, especially by the higher-ups, you're quite capable. But don't you think this is too ironic? He turned around abruptly and glared at Yun Yang like a sharp blade. Brat, how dare you impersonate me, impersonate the hero of the Bound of Universe? Does it feel good? Before Yun Yang could answer, there was another burst of laughter. With a swoosh, another man in black broke in from the window on the right and said with a guffaw, I don't know if he feels good or not, but I would like to ask you, does it feel good when you pretend to be me so well? The man in black descended from the sky, his face masked as he stood proudly in the center of the hall. As he looked around, his gaze was as sharp as lightning. He sneered and said, the banquet where the world's heroes welcome Supreme Cloud is actually welcoming an imposter. How laughable and pathetic. While we're welcoming the imposter, another imposter has come to make a scene. This reputed one doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who are you? This reputed one is the Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. The newcomer had a tall stature and wore a large mask on his head. His facial features could not be seen clearly. However, these few words were like the sound of metal clashing. Everyone heard them clearly. At this moment, the hall was plunged into an unprecedented uproar. Not only had there been another Supreme Cloud, but now there was a third Supreme Cloud? What kind of statement was this? Was this a free gift for a Supreme Cloud gathering? The person who came first and the one who came later were similar in stature and height. Just by looking at their physiques, they were almost like twins. They stood facing each other and looked at each other before turning to look at Yun Yang, who had already sat down. Their chuckles were filled with mockery. I thought it was a vile person, but I didn't expect so many people to impersonate me. The person who came first sneered. Is the identity of the Bound of Universe Supreme Cloud so good? If it's not good and not attractive enough, why would you pretend to be in front of others? The person who came later sneered. Rascal, take off your mask. Do you want this reputed one to do it myself? The person who came first snorted and pointed at Yun Yang, hollering, Junior. Come down quickly. I'd like to see what you're capable of impersonating this reputed one. Yun Yang's gaze grew colder and colder. The murderous intent in his heart overflowed and was difficult to suppress. The cultivation base of these two people in front of him was at the level of a Saint Lord. Moreover, they were both third-grade Saint Lords. As he casually stood there, the lofty aura he emitted and the might he exuded as he spoke with confidence and composure had long since revealed the level of his cultivation. The attack that the first person had aimed at Shi Wuchen further proved this point. However, the higher the cultivation base of the person who came, the angrier Yun Yang was. These people could only be Saint Lords from the three heavenly palaces, the pinnacle of the world. But now, all of them had appeared here and were trying their best to frame him. Most of the people who came to attend the banquet were also from the three heavenly palaces. Among them, at least half of them had the intention of killing him. He recalled how he had risked his life to fight against the demon race. Almost every moment, every step he took, he was struggling between life and death. He had finally come back and thought that he had made some contributions to the human race. However, what he faced were all kinds of tricks and plots from his own people. Almost everyone wanted to kill him. At this moment, Yun Yang's state of mind suddenly became unusually cold. His heart was as cold as steel like never before. The main cause of the demon race's internal strife and civil war was the demon emperor's unjust and unruly conduct. At least from Yun Yang's point of view, there was a reason for it and it was excusable. However, the internal strife of humans was all for the sake of power and profit. It was absolutely unforgivable. Even the demon race knows how to distinguish between kindness and hatred, but these humans who have received my great favor, the experts who stand at the pinnacle of human cultivators, are showing such a despicable side. The fire in Yun Yang's heart soared to the sky, becoming more and more difficult to suppress. However, in the face of their criticism, Yun Yang smiled faintly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? I think there will be more supreme clouds coming later. I'm really interested to see how many supreme clouds will show up today." A deafening roar came from afar. Then, with a rumble, a hole was smashed right above the hall. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a tall figure drifted down. "You're right. I'd like to see how many supreme clouds are going to impersonate me today." Another supreme cloud had come. At this point, including Yun Yang, there were 4 supreme clouds gathered in the hall. Most of the people present were dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Many could not help but stare at Yun Yang, who was still sitting, suspicion flashing in their eyes. Was the first one to arrive the real supreme cloud? Yun Xiaoxin's face was flushed with anger. Finally, she could not help standing up and scolding loudly, "All of you are obviously people of great status, and your cultivation base is so high. Why do you have to shamelessly pretend to be my master and frame him? You, how can you be so shameless?" The masked man, who was the last to arrive, sighed and said, "Xiaoxin, this matter is extremely complicated. When I solve it, you will naturally understand it, and the whole world will also know the truth and understand the cause and effect." He actually pretended to be Supreme Cloud to the end. Yun Xiaoxin spat and said angrily, "Bah! Whose master are you? You shameless thing! You don't deserve to be my master." The 3 people in the hall laughed at the same time and said in unison, "Well said. You are indeed my good disciple." At this moment, a stuttering voice rang out, You, who is Supreme Cloud?" The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice. Yun Yang frowned and turned his head abruptly. The person who spoke was the Great Elder of the Sacred Heart Palace, Lei Qianli. Great Elder Lei's face was filled with confusion as he asked, How could there be 4 of them all of a sudden? Who is the real one?" He looked perplexed, as if he was really dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Dongfang Xingchen, who was sitting in the north seat, also wore a puzzled expression as he murmured, "This is really strange." Beigong Wushuang snorted and rolled his eyes, not wanting to speak anymore. Shimen Huanyu said faintly, "Who is Supreme Cloud? Isn't it easy to tell? We only need to fight, and the one who survives will definitely be Lord Supreme Cloud. If Supreme Cloud isn't strong enough, how can he turn the entire demon race upside down? A voice laughed and said, Saint Child Shiman, you are absolutely right. Since you are pretending to be me, how can you not pay a little price? As the voice rang out, another masked man in black jumped in. 5 of them. Including Yun Yang, there were already 5 people who claimed to be Supreme Cloud. A long howl came from afar, followed by another eerie voice, *T, who dares to pretend to be this Supreme Cloud? A silhouette flashed, and the crowd only saw a blur before another masked man in black appeared. The newcomer's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd and bellowed, "This seat is the real Supreme Cloud. Where did you find so many imposters? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Are the people of the 3 heavenly palaces blind?" 6. The crowd felt that things were getting more and more complicated, and their heads were getting dizzier. A cold laugh rang out as someone said, "So you know that there is such a thing as being laughed at by the world? Then why are you still pretending to be me? The people of the 3 heavenly palaces are blind, and yet you all are acting the same way. Otherwise, why would I be wary of you all?" Another black-clothed masked man appeared. 7. Then, a steady voice spoke, "Everyone, the name of Supreme Cloud may be respected, but it is still just an identity. I really don't understand why everyone is so passionate about it. Could it be that my name is so popular?" Another person walked in from the main entrance. Judging from the newcomer's tone, it was another person who claimed to be Supreme Cloud. That would be 8 Supreme Clouds. In the hall, countless Saint Monarchs and Saint Venerables were completely dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Oh my God! Why were there 8 Supreme Clouds appearing one after another? This was completely subverting their worldview and ruining their imagination. However, the subversion was not over yet. As the silhouettes flashed again, 2 more masked men in black appeared in the hall. Both of them guffawed at the same time. "Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I didn't expect my identity to be so popular. That would be 10. A total of 10 Supreme Clouds, but who would their names belong to now that they were gathered here?" Someone sighed softly and said faintly, "Sigh, I had no intention of appearing here. Fame and fortune have never been my wish. It's fine if it's just 1 or 2 of you impersonating me, but now there are so many of you impersonating me. What if any of you do something evil? Won't I have to bear the consequences? This impersonator is right. Reputation is like a fleeting cloud to me, but now it seems that this matter has to be dealt with. Reputation is fleeting, but karma is not." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people entered the arena. This time, even the Divine Prince's expressions became interesting. Holy *T. 12 Supreme Clouds. Waha! So many people impersonating me, how can I not join in the fun? Another Supreme Cloud entered the hall. Nothing is too strange in this world. There are so many impersonating me. Do you think you can impersonate me just by putting on a mask? What a joke, the biggest joke in the world. Here came another one. 14 Supreme Clouds. The crowd's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What in the world was going on? There's only one bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. Even if he could impersonate many Supreme Clouds, there can only be one real person. The rest are all fake. But which one is the real one? Lei Qianli was even more perplexed. What is going on? He looked incredulous and fearful. That was close. I'm here to receive Supreme Cloud under the Temple Lord's orders. If I were to receive a fake one, wouldn't I be shamed for 10,000 years? That was close. Lei Qianli's words were tantamount to saying that the Yun Yang they had received earlier was a fake. Everyone understood what he meant. Even those from the Sacred Heart Palace thought that this Yun Yang was a fake. Yun Yang had entered the demon realm under the request of the Sacred Heart Palace's temple lord. What else was there to say? Dongfang Xingchen furrowed his brows and said, "This matter is truly confusing and thought-provoking. Elder Lei, don't be impatient. We'll get to the bottom of this. We won't let you go back with a fake, Huan Wenyuan glanced at Yun Yang, who was still sitting upright, and laughed sinisterly. Elder Lei is right. Of these 14 supreme clouds, at least 13 are fakes. Lanting raised his wine cup calmly. Even so, I still only believe Supreme Cloud who is already seated. The rest are not worth mentioning. And Sinew laughed heartily. Not worth mentioning. Today, 14 people are fighting for one identity, and each of them is a pinnacle expert in this world. This is unprecedented. I'm really interested to see who will prove themselves in the end. Jia Shixiang, the holy son of the Western Heaven Sacred Palace, said sinisterly, How? How can the real and the fake be counted? Feng Padian frowned. This scene is a farce. This isn't a banquet for Supreme Cloud, but a prank on us. Everyone's expressions were interesting. After all, they were not masked, and everyone could see their emotions clearly. There were even more people who were waiting to watch a good show. Only the people of the residence of 9 Supremes and the 9th Supremes were almost bursting with anger. Yun Yang was still sitting calmly in his seat, but he was sneering inwardly. Anyone with a brain could see that this was a conspiracy. A conspiracy against the bound of Universe Supreme Cloud. The so-called gathering here to find out who the Supreme Cloud belonged to was even more of a farce. There was no need to distinguish who Supreme Cloud was. Everyone present knew very well who he was. However, other than the people of the residence of 9 Supremes and the 9th Supremes, everyone else pretended to be muddle-headed and acted like they were muddle-headed, stirring up the situation and making it bloom. There was no other reason than that more than 80% of the people in this Golden Knight Tower wanted him dead. There was no doubt about that. Even the remaining people were happy to see his death and were willing to lend him a hand. However, it was this point that filled Yun Yang with an inexplicable feeling. Was he disappointed? Not really. At least, not entirely. It was a kind of disappointment, a feeling that made Yun Yang feel worse than being disappointed. Disappointment. A complete and utter disappointment. This was the behavior of human experts, the actions of the peak experts. For their own interests, for power, for status, even if their target was a hero who had made great contributions to humanity, they could still be abandoned and defeated. Yun Yang had always known that there were too many people like this. However, Yun Yang, who was used to being treated like a hero when he was in the Tianxian continent, had never experienced this personally. Now that he had truly experienced this feeling, it made Yun Yang extremely unhappy. It was no big deal that they wanted to kill him and kill him for their own goals. It was understandable, and Yun Yang could even accept it. However, what Yun Yang could not figure out was that everyone was targeting him now. Could it be that in this world, the 3 heavenly palaces and some rogue saint lords, there was no one who did not want him dead? Tonight's banquet in the city was clearly a gathering of conspiracies. Everyone could only watch helplessly as they fought alone to their deaths. If his endless divine art had not broken through to the 7th stage, he would have died here, no matter how capable he was. Now, it seemed that even Elder Lei Qianli of the Sacred Heart Palace, who was supposed to be on the same side as him, had ulterior motives as well. He had done all sorts of things to facilitate this situation. Yun Yang squinted and observed everyone around him, be it close or far. He realized that there were people who were worried for him, although there were not all of them, but they were very few. Compared to the enormous forces that wanted him dead and those that were happy to see him dead, they were insignificant. If they were to go against each other, these people would not even dare to help him. In other words, he could only rely on the forces on his side now. However, compared to him, the residents of 9 Supremes, Shi Wuchen and the others, and even the residents of 9th Supremes, Ji Lingxi and the others, were not necessarily in danger. As long as he was dead, whether the residents of 9 Supremes and the residents of 9th Supremes still existed or not would not matter. He believed that the people who were in charge of this incident from the 3 heavenly palaces would treat the people from the 2 residences with more courtesy in order to gain a good reputation. Therefore, all the spearheads were now directed at him. Below him, the 13 masked men dressed in black were all tall and steady like mountains, their auras dignified. Each of them was an expert among experts. Other than the brief introduction at the beginning, they did not argue anymore. They stood silently, their gazes sweeping back and forth. However, these people's gazes were mostly on Yunyang. It was obvious that these people would never kill each other. These 13 people had only one goal in mind. Yunyang. Ha 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 ha, Dongfang Xingchen suddenly let out a hearty laugh and said, "Everyone, today's matter is really strange. 14 Lord Supreme Clouds have appeared all of a sudden. Even I, the Holy Sun, am a little confused now. Who is this gathering for, and who should we greet?" Shimen Huanyu said faintly, "You're not the only one who is confused. However, I firmly believe that heroes will not be buried, and warriors should not be wronged. The real Supreme Cloud will definitely appear, and among these 14 people, the one who remains and emerges victorious will only be the Real Lord Supreme Cloud." Lu Mingsheng said, "Emerge victorious? Did Lord Supreme Cloud defeat the rest of the impostors all on his own?" Lei Qianli, the great elder of the Sacred Heart Palace, said with a frown, "May I ask, sons of Holy Sun, what should we do today? This old man is already confused and at a loss for what to do. Please come up with a plan, sons of Holy Sun." Lai Kuangfeng said angrily, "What are you all talking about? What do you mean by confused and at a loss for what to do? Why don't you know who Supreme Cloud is? Who has the right to speak about who belongs to Lord Supreme Cloud? Who is the residents of 9 Supremes acknowledged? The 2 leaders of the residents of 9th Supremes have also provided evidence. Isn't that enough? Why are you all pretending to be confused? Disgusting." Yu Zhenxiao said faintly, "Kuangfeng, don't talk nonsense. Now is not the time for you to cause trouble for the Eastern Celestial Palace." Lai Kuangfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "You say I'm talking nonsense, but it's obviously you all who are pretending to be confused. It's you who have made the hero bleed and shed tears. It's all your dirty deeds." Yu Zhenxiao said, "It's precisely to prevent the hero from crying and shedding tears that we have to figure out who Supreme Cloud is. It's not up to you to acknowledge who is who. This requires evidence. How can one person's words be enough?" Lai Kuangfeng was furious and said, "Could it be that these fellows were not the same person's words? How is this not clear?" Nantian Yun, the chosen of the Northern Wilderness Demon Palace, sneered. "Lai Kuangfeng, you don't have the final say on who Supreme Cloud is. Only with everyone's approval can it be counted." Feng Patian, the chosen of the Western Heaven Holy Palace, said, "If so, how can we prove that we can get everyone's approval?" Huan Wenyuan laughed strangely. "According to the rules of the martial world, the strong are revered. This is the simplest and most direct method. I believe that no one will question the final winner." Beigong Wushuang said faintly, "Could it be that the strong can say they are who they are? Randomly find a Saint Monarch expert to kill your Huan Wenyuan and then say that he is Huan Wenyuan. Is he really Huan Wenyuan?" Huan Wenyuan's expression changed as he said angrily, "Wushuang, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing." Beigong Wushuang laughed coldly. "I just think it's funny, that's all." Dongfang Xingchen interrupted, "This matter has developed to this point, and it is indeed difficult to handle. None of the 14 Supreme Clouds gathered here are ordinary people, but none of them are willing to remove their masks. With a mask on, we really can't tell them apart. It's hard to come to a conclusion. He spread his hands and said with a bitter smile, actually, even if we take off our masks, we might not be able to tell who is who. What he said made it impossible to prove that they were the ones who took off their masks. Today is Xiao Rui's birthday. I wish Feng Xiao Rui a happy birthday. She's getting prettier and prettier. Find a good husband soon, ha ha ha. Chapter 1371. Holy Son Dongfang's words have struck a chord in my heart. Based on the capabilities of these people before us, a mere transformation technique is not worth mentioning. Jia Shixiang sighed and said, even if we want to lend a hand, we have to be cautious. What if we accidentally hurt the Real Lord Supreme Cloud? Wouldn't we be condemned for eternity? Feng Patian turned to Yun Yang and said, I wonder if Lord Supreme Cloud, who arrived first, has any brilliant ideas? Yun Yang smiled mockingly and said, I have an idea. What is it? The crowd asked in unison. Yun Yang said with a grin, just like what Holy Child Wen Yuan said, the martial world's rule is that the strong are respected. Let the 14 Supreme Clouds here fight it out, and the one who survives will be the Real Lord Supreme Cloud. Even if the one who survives is fake, as long as he survives, it doesn't matter whether he's real or not, does it? Don't you think this is a bad idea? Yun Yang's words were filled with sarcasm, and he did not even bother to hide it. However, many people immediately applauded, this is a good idea. The strong are respected, of course, the winner is real. Although this is a little extreme, it's still a good idea. Dongfang Xingchen clapped his hands and said, the martial world's rule is that the strong are the king, and the winner is respected. Shimen Huanyu frowned and said, it's not right, not right. How is it not right? If it's a chaotic fight, and those with ulterior motives gather their forces to kill the Real Lord Supreme Cloud, or what if the Real Lord Supreme Cloud wins by instinct but is killed by others? This method is not fair. Oh. Holy Child Huanyu has a point. I wonder how we can be fair. A one-on-one fight is fine. It can avoid ganging up on one person to the greatest extent. Everyone can choose their opponents freely. The situation is chaotic now, and although we don't know what's going on, we can maintain order here and ensure that there's no conspiracy against us. Everyone chimed in one after another, pushing the matter in the direction of a one-on-one fight. Everyone had their own opinions, one said it, another supported it, and there was an explanation. With so many people talking at the same time, they had already made it clear that this matter was a done deal and that it was imperative to carry it out. Yes, a one-on-one fight. Lord Supreme Cloud had single-handedly swept through the demons, so naturally, he was the strongest. In a one-on-one fight, Lord Supreme Cloud will definitely emerge victorious. That's right. Let Lord Supreme Cloud teach these imposters a good lesson. We'll be in charge of cheering for Lord Supreme Cloud here. Just like that, they pushed the matter to an irreversible conclusion. Yun Yang listened with a smile. He knew that these people must have more to say because the current situation was not enough to turn the situation into a dead end. Since they had created such a situation, they definitely had other tricks up their sleeves that would cause them to become the target of everyone. If they were to really fight one-on-one, many of the 13 people would definitely fight amongst themselves and lose their combat strength. How could they be happy to see that? This is indeed a good idea. Among the 13 black-clothed masked men, one of them said with a smile, since you have the guts to impersonate me, you will naturally have to bear my wrath. Whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight, this reputed one will take it all. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. I, Supreme Cloud, have been invincible in the demon race. Many demon kings have been toyed with by me, I've annihilated millions of demons. Do you think I'll be afraid of a few clowns like you? Another masked man in black guffawed as well. It looks like no one is willing to admit that they're fake. Imposters? If so, let's see who's the real deal. Then, another masked man in black said eerily, this reputed one agrees with this idea as well. Those who have the guts to impersonate me will naturally have to pay with their lives. If there's anyone who's afraid, quit now, lest you lose your life in a moment of recklessness and your lifetime's worth of cultivation return to the flowing water. Another person said faintly, it's never easy to live a peaceful life to an old age in this world. How many lives have passed through the trials of the martial world, but if you're courting death, it's all too easy. Drawing one's saber to form one's blade will make everything go down the drain. Everyone, it's not easy to impersonate me. I advise you to quit quickly. You can still preserve your lives for 100 years. This reputed one's anger can no longer be contained. How dare you impersonate me and profane the name of the Bound of Universe's hero? When the battle starts later, this reputed one will not be merciful. These supreme clouds stood there one after another, each of them about the same height and weight. They spoke one after another, using the tone of Supreme Cloud's identity. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. If that's the case, this matter is decided. Dongfang Xingchen made the final decision. Everyone, those who have different opinions can still back out now. After this, life and death will be determined by fate, wealth and honor will be determined by the heavens. How could these so-called Lord Supreme Clouds back out after he said so? If anyone were to back out now, wouldn't it mean that they were impersonators? This was absolutely unacceptable. The venue of the duel shall be in this hall. Dongfang Xingchen said faintly, let me remind everyone one last time. Many of the servants and maids here are ordinary people. Everyone knows the rules of the Bound of Universe's practitioners. If you can't control your strength and hurt ordinary people, you'll be killed by God's punishment. Yun Yang turned to look at the Son of Glory of the East Celestial Palace. This was Dongfang Haoren's son. He sighed inwardly. Dongfang Haoren has racked his brains for the sake of humanity, but do you know that your son is the biggest mastermind behind all of this? If I kill your son, how would you feel? If your son were to plot to kill me, what would you do as the ruler of the East Celestial Palace? Anyone with a bit of sense could see that Dongfang Xingchen and the other Sons of Glory were guiding this farce in a direction that was becoming more and more disadvantageous to Yun Yang. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu were so angry that their stomachs almost burst. Watching so many people targeting Yun Yang with their eyes wide open, the two ladies only wanted to go down and beat all of them to death. However, they really couldn't beat them, and they were also afraid that it would affect Yun Yang's set plan. They had always known that Yun Yang would plan before taking action, but they were still so angry that they almost crushed their teeth from gritting them. We've been searching for him for so many years, and now that we've finally found him, we have to watch him being bullied by all of you. This is so infuriating. Our improvement is still too slow, and our abilities are still insufficient. Ji Lingxi gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with a cold glint. Shengguan Lingxiu snorted and said, what goes around comes around, and heaven forgives no one. When our abilities have improved and we can handle the situation, we'll go to the 3 celestial palaces at once. We won't stop until we've smashed them to smithereens. What Bound of Gold Holy Land, the place of prosperity for the human race. Pfft! What good can our master be if he only has these trashy airs? It's a promise. No matter what Yun Yang says or does, we sisters are definitely going to the 3 celestial palaces. Ji Lingxi felt like her chest was about to explode from the rage. She said through gritted teeth, no matter what the outcome is today, the 3 celestial palaces are guilty of not teaching their disciples properly. They must give us an explanation for this. I'll go into closed-door cultivation when we get back. Shengguan Lingxiu's gaze was sharp as she scanned the faces of the 12 chosen saints and said angrily, Master has always said that I came out too early, that I can't go anywhere without sufficient ability, but I missed the both of you, so I came out. If I'd come back after breaking through to the level of Saint Lord 3 celestial palaces, wait for me to come knocking on your door. Shangguan Lingxiu had always been quiet and introverted. It was rare for her to lose her temper like this. It was Yun Yang's first time encountering such a direct display of anger. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart, gradually easing the chill in his heart. He looked at Ji Lingxi and Shangguan Lingxiu from afar and transmitted his voice to them. Don't worry. My intention is to kill here and find the cancerous tumors of the 3 celestial palaces. I'll see if I can eliminate a few of them. What's happening now is just me pushing the boat along with the current. As long as the final result is satisfactory, some indignation in the process is inevitable. The two ladies' expressions softened slightly, but they were still seething with anger and hatred. Yun Yang suddenly recalled what Dongfang Haoran had said to him before they parted. Kill when you have to. Don't show any mercy. No matter what your identity is. Thinking of this, he could not help sighing inwardly. Dongfang Haoran, when you said this to me, were you already mentally prepared for today's situation? Have you made up your mind? Or perhaps, you already know something? Otherwise, why did you add the phrase, no matter what your identity is? Don't tell me you're really prepared to sacrifice your own son? Yun Yang's thoughts raced. The moment he thought of this, he could not help feeling the anger and indignation in him recede like the tide. Dongfang Haoran's words back then, based on his experience, had initially thought that he was implying that the East Celestial Palace's people were up to no good. Now, it seemed that his judgment was wrong. There should be another meaning to it. Now that he was facing tens of thousands of enemies alone, the situation was extremely dangerous. Being alone and without help was already a dire situation. However, what he was going through now was not even 1,000th of what Dongfang Haoran was going through. What he had to face was his son's greed. What he had to face was the news of his beloved son's death. Furthermore, if Dongfang Xingchen really died in his hands, Dongfang Haoran would not even be able to seek revenge. He would not even be in a position to seek revenge. Yun Yang raised his head and stared at Dongfang Xingchen, who was sitting at the front seat in the north. His white robes were like snow and his sharp brows were like swords, his calm demeanor as if everything was within his control, his confident demeanor. Phew, Yun Yang heaved a long sigh. Child, don't you dare face me head-on. Otherwise, your Uncle Yun will definitely not be lenient. Yun Yang had abruptly elevated his status to the same level as Dongfang Haoran. Perhaps this was the only reason he could give Dongfang Xingchen the last chance of survival. The theory of cause and effect was based on the theory of predecessors sowing karma and descendants reaping karma. To Yun Yang, with Dongfang Haoran's antecedent, Yun Yang knew that he could not kill his son without a care no matter what. This was probably a consequence. At this moment, Yun Yang's understanding of the Tao of cause and effect deepened. Of course, if this child insists on seeking his own death, I can only kill him in the name of justice. Everyone, pardon my ignorance, I really don't know how to address all of you. I can't possibly call all of you Lord Supreme Cloud, can I? Ha ha ha, don't you think so? Dongfang Xingchen's opening remark was actually a joke before he got to the main topic, causing a burst of laughter. Is it that funny? Ji Lingxi pouted. Her voice was very loud, and everyone present heard it. Their laughter was stifled. Based on the prowess that she and Shangguan Lingxiu had displayed earlier, no one had the guts to provoke them. They had looked down on everyone and intimidated them. The so-called pinnacle cultivators of this world are merely followers of the rich and powerful. The so-called despicable and shameless authors do not only exist in the secular world. Shangguan Lingxiu said loudly, I've only found out today that the Bound of Universe's high-level martial artists are all like this. Ji Lingxi feigned curiosity and asked, could it be that after cultivating their entire lives and reaching the pinnacle of this world's cultivators, their greatest achievement is to be able to flatter others without a care for their pride? Shengguan Lingxiu snorted and said, Sister Lingxi, there's something you don't know. The higher the level of a martial artist, the longer they live, and the more afraid they are of death. Another advantage of being old is that they have far more life experience than ordinary people. Who should be flattered, who shouldn't be flattered, and when to flatter, these old farts know better than anyone else. She chuckled mockingly and said, why else would these people live so long? It's because they've been hiding for too long. Sister, do you know that there's a saying in Tianxian continent that goes around among the people? 1,000-year tortoise, 10,000-year tortoise. Do you know what it means? Please enlighten me, sister, Ji Lingxi asked curiously. Shengguan Lingxiu smiled faintly and said, that's because tortoises spend their entire lives in the mud and rarely come out. That's why they can live so long. Otherwise, why would the saying, hiding in a tortoise, be an idiom? What does hiding in a tortoise mean? Understand it literally. Don't you get it? If tortoises could stand up for themselves, where would there be so many legends about them? They would have all died a long time ago, and the idiom, hiding in a tortoise, wouldn't exist then. Ji Lingxi said excitedly, Sister, you're absolutely right. No wonder. Listening to your words is better than studying for 10 years. Right, sister, did you say that all the so-called lords and venerables in this hall, the pinnacle cultivators of this world, are all tortoises? She purposely uttered the words in an innocent tone, causing everyone's expression to change. This was no longer simply pointing at monks and calling them bald donkeys. She was clearly saying that everyone here was a tortoise. In spite of all the experts present, no one dared to express their anger. The scene of the two ladies killing two saint lords with their protective chi was still fresh in their minds. Who dared to act rashly? Perhaps, as Shengguan Lingxiu had said, the greatest reliance of ace cultivators was not their cultivation base, but their ability to adapt to the situation and assess the situation. They would hide in a tortoise when it was time to do so, just like how they would choose to go against Yun Yang, the hero of the Bound of Universe. Just like how they did not react to the insults being hurled at them. Most of the people were still wondering when these two unfathomable female experts would go berserk. What was more frightening was whether they would go berserk or not. They did not speak, but it did not mean that the others would not speak as well. After all, not everyone knew the extent of these two ladies' power and deterrence. A masked supreme cloud who stood in the middle of the hall suddenly sneered and said in shock, where did these two little girls come from? How dare you speak so rudely in front of the world's heroes? How can the elders in your families be at ease to let you roam the martial world? Ji Lingxi's tone was filled with mockery as she asked in return, don't you know me? Why should I know you? The person was taken aback. Ji Lingxi laughed. I'm Supreme Cloud's fiancé. How dare you say that you don't know me? Who are you then? The impostor was taken aback. He had arrived late, so he did not know what had happened earlier. With a frown, he said, of course I know you, my fiancé. It's just that you're wearing a mask and your mannerisms are different. Even your voice and intonation are different. Take off your mask and let me have a look. Ji Lingxi squinted her eyes and said, I'm wearing the mask. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to take it off myself? If you're really Supreme Cloud, I'll give you a chance to take it off. How about that? The person felt that this little girl's cultivation base was only third-level Supreme Saint. How could she dare to provoke him like this? With a wave of his hand, he hollered, then let me help you take it off. I want to tell you with reality that not just anyone can pretend to be my fiancé. Before his words echoed in the air, a strong gust of wind blew past. This gust of wind was mixed with a dark force. Other than taking off his mask, he also intended to knock Ji Lingxi out with a slap. If he used too much force and killed her, then so be it. It did not matter. Once I leave after this, so what if I have a powerful backer? I'm pretending to be Supreme Cloud today. Who knows who I really am? However, as soon as he made his move, he was shocked to realize that everyone around him had a change in expression. He was just wondering why the people's expressions had changed. Were they feeling righteous indignation? Then, he heard a clap of thunder in the air, followed by a loud crack. A ray of white light appeared out of nowhere and struck his head in the nick of time. Although this white light, or rather, this bolt of lightning, was extremely fast, it did not create a huge commotion. At the very least, most of the experts present were confident that they could unleash a move that was 10 or even 100 times stronger than this white light. However, this seemingly unremarkable white light caused green smoke to rise from the body of the third-grade Saint Monarch, who was an impostor. A dense smell of barbecued meat spread throughout the entire place. His body swayed a few times, and then he fell to the ground as if a golden mountain or jade pillar had been toppled over. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. Following that, a head was separated from the body and rolled away, but the force of the white light was still entwining around it. The moment the physical body was destroyed, the spiritual energy of the third-level Holy Lord took form immediately and tried to escape. However, the white light abruptly turned into a white net of light, easily trapping the spiritual body. "Save me!" The third-level Holy Lord's spiritual body only managed to utter the last 2 words of his life before he turned into a puff of green smoke, vanishing completely under the white light. The other 12 impostors took a step back in unison, their eyes filled with fear. When they looked at Ji Lingxi again, they were inexplicably shocked. Who was this woman? How could she kill a holy lord with just her shield of vigor? Not only that, her body and soul had been destroyed, but she had also died in such a way that even the spiritual body could not escape. This was terrifying, was it not? Looking at the dead person, An Sinyu's face twitched. She said with a dark expression, "It seems like this person is no more than an impostor. Death cannot wipe out his crimes. Someone, clean up this person's remains. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes as a warning to others." Dongfang Xingchen squinted his eyes and suddenly laughed, saying, "This impostor is truly laughable. Lady Ji Lingxi and Lady Shangguan Lingxiu are Lord Supreme Cloud's fiancés. How dare he impersonate Lord Supreme Cloud when he doesn't even know Lord Supreme Cloud's fiancés? That's great, we've saved ourselves the trouble of screening them." The remaining 12 people understood at once, this woman who claimed to be Supreme Cloud's fiancé was the real deal. Dongfang Xingchen's words were meant to remind Yun Yang not to dwell on this matter any longer. It would not end well for him. Yun Yang lifted his head slightly and looked at Holy Son Dongfang, a murderous glint flashing across his eyes. "Dongfang Haoran, I really want to show mercy to your son. However, if he insists on courting death and is walking further and further down the path of courting death, I can't do anything about it either." Ji Lingxi said faintly, "Actually, there are many ways to identify who Supreme Cloud is. They're all simple and easy. I really don't understand why all of you would go through so much trouble and go through so much trouble. May I ask what's the good way, lady?" The group asked in unison. No one dared to ignore or disregard Ji Lingxi's words anymore. 2 Saint Lords had fallen in her hands, what a deterrent that was. Ji Lingxi's body suddenly glowed as the image of the residence of 9 Supreme Celestial Luck Banner appeared. She then said, "Yun Yang is the bound of Universe's Supreme Cloud, but he's also the residence of 9 Supreme. As the founder of the residence of 9 Supremes, can't he activate the Celestial Luck Banner of the residence of 9 Supremes? It's just like how I activate the Celestial Luck Banner of the residence of 9 Supremes. If he can activate it, it's real, if he can't, it's fake." What else is there to be unclear about? Just as the words left her lips, Dongfang Xingchen's handsome face changed immediately. This was a good way to tell the truth at once, but the problem now was not to prove who was the real Yunyang. If they really used this method, it would be counterproductive. However, no one was in the position to criticize this method. If they did not give a good explanation, would they not be afraid that Ji Lingxi would kill them? One of the masked men in the field rolled his eyes and then said with a bitter smile, "This is not entirely correct. I've been framed by the demonic race's mystic art. They had gathered the strength of hundreds of demon kings to cast the heaven-sealing formation on me that day. My spiritual energy can no longer communicate with heaven and earth, and because of this, my appearance has been sealed." He heaved a long sigh and said, "The direct result of being unable to communicate with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is being unable to communicate with heaven and earth. The so-called method of activating the image of the celestial luck banner is not suitable for now. If someone can really move and activate the residence of 9 supreme celestial luck banner, that person must have done it intentionally. There's no doubt that it's fake, and there's a great conspiracy hidden within." That's right. How can the celestial luck banner be activated if you can't communicate with heaven and earth? Another masked man sighed and said, "Lingxi, the celestial luck banner can't prove it." Now that he knew Ji Lingxi's name, he actually called her Lingxi, in a grand manner. Upon hearing the call, the murderous intent that had just subsided in Yun Yang's eyes intensified once more. Ji Lingxi's eyes were filled with murderous intent as well. She said faintly, "Try calling my name again if you dare." The man shrunk his neck and said, "I won't." Ji Lingxi gritted her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Her cultivation base was not as good as the man's. She could not do anything to the man on her own, and she would only expose herself. Once her true ability was discovered to be limited to defense and counterattack, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, she believed that no one present would dare attack her again. It would be suicide. Shangguan Lingxiu wanted to say that Yun Yang had entered the Tao for less than 30 years, and that he could be identified by checking his bone age. However, she did not believe that there was anyone else in this world who could reach the level of a Saint Lord in less than 100 years of cultivation. Unexpectedly, Yun Yang stood up first and said in a low voice, "What's the point of saying more? All the supreme clouds here are ready to fight to the death. Wasting words is just a waste of time. The fastest way to identify supreme cloud is but a word. Who dares swear to heaven that they're not an impostor?" The 12 people below chortled in unison. "Ha ha ha. I, Yun Yang, am a man of indomitable spirit. If you want to eliminate the impostor, let's see who's the real deal. There's no need to resort to such a roundabout method." Yun Yang chuckled mockingly. "I don't think you lot have the guts to seek your own death. I'm not really going to force you to swear either. After all, that's just asking you to commit suicide. Since you've already decided to fight, let's decide. How do we fight? Who's going against whom?" Yun Yang chuckled and said, "I'm guessing that all of you will choose me as your opponent." The first impostor took a step forward and said eerily, "I don't care about the others. At least in my eyes, you're the most thick-skinned. You, the impostor, have impersonated Supreme Cloud's position and sat down openly. This is already shameless and a heinous crime. How can I let it go so easily? Come down and fight with me. I'd like to see what capabilities you have to dare impersonate me." Yun Yang smiled faintly and said, "Challenge me? Sure, but before we fight, I have a condition that must be made clear." "What condition?" "Duel to determine who's right and who's wrong. After the victor and the loser, the winner will enjoy everything. However, among all the supreme clouds here, only one is real, and the final winner will be the real one. Then, please swear to heaven that if you lose, you'll have to reveal your true identity and the whereabouts of your family." Yun Yang said coldly, Holy Sun Dongfang has made it clear that Supreme Cloud won't be defeated. Only Supreme Cloud will be left in the end. There must be at least 12 imposters. Everyone, please swear. If you lose, you'll have to reveal your true identity and the whereabouts of your family. Yun Yang's words were incredibly chilling, filled with the intent to die. It was clear that the loser would die, but that was not all. They would have to be uprooted and their families annihilated. Since you have the guts to do such a thing today, you should be prepared to have your families annihilated. Just as the crowd was about to speak, Yun Yang had already cut them off. Don't all of you call yourselves Supreme Cloud? Don't tell me that you don't even have the guts to bear this responsibility? Heaven's oath is fair and impartial, to be fair and impartial. Your ultimate goal is nothing more than to kill me. Now, I understand your goal. I'll give you this chance. If you don't swear, I won't give you the chance to fight. Yun Yang said mockingly, the sky is clear above your head. A single word can invoke heaven's will. If you're not willing to swear, I'll swear to heaven's will directly to prove that I'm Yun Yang. If the heavens don't kill me, of course all of you are fake. I'm giving you a chance. I'm following your wishes because I want to kill all of you as well, and your families. This is the price all of you must pay. I've decided that I won't let all of you leave in peace. I'll annihilate all of you. Therefore, I'm giving all of you one last chance to fight. Make your own choice. These words were tantamount to ripping apart everything. There was no need to act anymore. How could Yun Yang not have thought of the method that Shengguan Lingxiu had thought of? There was also the simpler and more convenient method of swearing to heaven. However, Yun Yang's killing intent was unprecedented. He had to vent his anger by killing the supreme clouds in front of him. Otherwise, he would not be able to quell his rage. Do you not want to fight? Do you not want to kill me? I'm giving you a chance. Let's see if you dare to take this chance. No, it's no longer a question of whether you want it or not. Try your best to kill me. Otherwise, it'll be all of you who die. If you lose, your families will be annihilated. If I lose, that's my fate. There's no way out for you. If you retreat now, you'll be surrounded by the Bound of Universe's experts. Believe me, they'll definitely attack you. If I break my promise, I'll have no descendants. If I lose, I'll still annihilate your entire family, but I'll leave a bloodline for all of you. At this moment, the 12 men in black were no longer as calm as before. Their gazes hardened. Yun Yang's coercion had left them with no way out. It was no longer a question of whether to do it or not. They had to do it. Only by winning would there be a possibility of a follow-up. If they lost, their entire family's lives would be in someone else's hands. Dongfang Xingchen guffawed and said, "That's a great way to put it. 12 imposters wouldn't dare to swear. Even if they have more people, I think it's useless. Ha ha ha, it looks like the truth is right in front of us." Hearing Dongfang Xingchen's words, the 12 men's eyes flashed. Dongfang Xingchen's words had reminded them. Yes, we might not know each other, but there are at least 12 imposters. Even if you, Yun Yang, can kill one or two of them, can you really kill all of us? Even if we take turns, we can still kill you. You actually want to use such a method to block our path of retreat and wear down our fighting spirit. What you don't know is that you're forcing yourself into a dead end by doing this. If you had sworn the heaven's oath directly, we would be in a dilemma and our lives would be uncertain. However, you're courting death by taking such an extreme path. Ji Lingxi hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Yun Yang. What are you trying to do? Why aren't you using such a good idea? Why must you fight with those people? Are you really that confident? Yun Yang replied, "Don't worry, everything is under control. This is just a minor issue, nothing to worry about." While Yun Yang comforted Ji Lingxi verbally, he was actually cursing in his heart. Yun Yang had been through many formidable enemies for a long time, so he always acted after making a decision. He had never sought a fluke instead of taking a risk. The method just now was his plan to break out of this predicament. In Yun Yang's mind, as long as this method was executed, it would be equivalent to forcing the 12 men into a dead end. Dongfang Xingchen and the others present would be helpless and would even have to assist Yun Yang in besieging these 12 people. This way, the 12 men would never die willingly. At least, not all of them would die willingly. They could easily find out who the mastermind was. As the saying went, a man's words were kind when he was about to die. Once a thief bites into the bone, the mastermind would not be able to do anything for the time being, regardless of whether the mastermind was real or not. Thus, this situation would be broken without a hitch. What Yun Yang lacked now was time. As long as he had a certain amount of time and a certain opportunity to elevate his cultivation base to a higher level, he would no longer have to resort to trickery and trickery. However, Yun Yang had unexpectedly received Dongfang Haoran's telepathic message just now. Agree to fight them and force them and the mastermind out. This old man wants to exterminate their families one by one. Yun Yang was helpless. If King want to exterminate their families, just do it. Why must I be the vanguard? Can't I achieve a similar goal if I follow my plan? But if I follow your plan, forget about the risk and just say that your son is definitely the mastermind. How are you going to exterminate his entire family? Kill him first and then commit suicide? The shame of the Celestial Palace can't be exposed in our own hands. Dongfang Haoran's voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. This is also Shimen Fafu and Beigong Liuli's problem. Dongfang Haoran chuckled bitterly. This is our common problem. We know that there's a problem with our heir, but we can't bring ourselves to get rid of it. We can only rely on external forces. What we can do is to clean up the mess after everything has passed. And your appearance has accelerated this process. You've given them too much of a sense of crisis. It's also accelerated our determination. Yun Yang said, why don't I know that a person who can become the Lord of the Celestial Palace doesn't even have this much determination? Dongfang Haoran's smile was bitter. You've never been a father, nor have you been a master for too long. If you had brought up one or a few children from a young age and taught them with care, you'd understand this heartache. Ordinary people are willing to give up everything for their children after a dozen or 20 years of father-son relationship, but what if they nurture a child for thousands of years? You don't understand how deep the relationship is. They've long become a part of our lives. Even if they know that the sores on their bodies are life-threatening, who can cut off their own flesh that has accompanied them for countless years? Dongfang Haoran chuckled coldly. So you've silently allowed this to happen? Why is there still such a lame one? Yun Yang asked. Dongfang Haoran was silent for a moment before he answered, yes. Yun Yang sucked in a deep breath and said, what I want to know now is this. How many people do you want to die? After Dongfang Haoran's voice came, there was no more news. I only hope that those who deserve to die don't live any longer. I don't want such a lame farce to happen a second time. With Dongfang Xingchen's reminder, the 12 impostors, including Yun Yang, swore a heaven's oath. If I lose, I'll reveal my true identity and the whereabouts of my family. Heaven's will. At the same time, the other 11 people retreated into a large room in unison. Only Yun Yang and the 12th impostor were left. Although you've impersonated me, I still admire your courage, the person said faintly. Yun Yang replied, although you've impersonated me well, with a dignified air, I still look down on you. You, who've reached the pinnacle of this world's experts, have been reduced to a chess piece. You even have to rely on someone else's pity for the safety of your own family. Yun Yang's laughter was unusually arrogant. Unlike you, this reputed one is a chess player. I can destroy chess pieces with a flick of my finger, be it outside or inside the chessboard. Without waiting for the impostor's reply, he drew his saber with a clang and hollered, "Come." With a long howl, the impostor pulled out his saber. As the saber glinted, an oddly shaped blade appeared in his hand. It had to be said that the impostor was well prepared to imitate Yun Yang. Even the shape and size of the saber in his hand were exactly the same as Yun Yang's divine edge. At least, that was how it looked. Yun Yang's gaze grew colder as the tip of his saber lowered. At this moment, an endless amount of mystical qi surged from his dantian like a rising tide. Ever since Yun Yang's endless divine art had broken through to the 7th stage, his cultivation base had been improving by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Even though the heaven sealing seal was still in place and he could not communicate with the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the endless spiritual qi in his deific consciousness space made up for it, constantly washing through Yun Yang's meridians. It was the purest innate spiritual qi. It was ridiculous to say that it could not make up for it. It should be said that it was the most extravagant and mystical cultivation state. Today, the spiritual qi in Yun Yang's meridians had completely turned into a golden liquid state. At this moment, he could still clearly feel the endless spiritual qi pouring down and surging. The first level of Saint King was already yesterday's flower, even the bottleneck of the second-level pinnacle of Saint King had long been crossed. Just the accumulation of spiritual qi alone had already allowed Yun Yang to surpass the third level of Saint King. After half a year of diligent closed-door cultivation, Yun Yang's cultivation base had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yun Yang had always been invincible among his peers. This was not publicly acknowledged, but it was a fact. Today's battle would once again prove that this saying was true. He gripped the blade of divine will in his hand and injected his boundless profound qi into the blade. The blade of divine will suddenly flickered with brilliant light and circled around the blade. Seeing that the battle had begun, the impostor was full of confidence. Since Yun Yang's reappearance, the only battle that he had revealed to the world was when he defeated the 3 Shui brothers. As for the 3 Shui brothers, they were only first-level Saint Kings. Even if it was rumored that when the 3 brothers joined forces, their tacit cooperation could rival a third-level Saint King, it was just an exaggeration. Their actual combat power was definitely not as strong as they were. At least, this impostor who was facing Yun Yang now believed that he could defeat the 3 Shui brothers with ease. At that time, Yun Yang would still need to scheme and plan ahead. When Yun Yang first came to the East Celestial Palace, his cultivation base was only 4th-level Saint Venerable. Up until now, it had only been half a year. Half a year's time, at most, was enough for him to break through the bottleneck once and advance to the first level of Saint King. At most, the impostor of first level should be the limit, right? On this basis, in order to play it safe, he would try to overestimate him and give him another level. However, he was only a second-level Saint Venerable. As a third-level Saint King, at least in his heart, he had absolute confidence that he would win. Otherwise, how could he be willing to be Yun Yang's first opponent? He might have the thought of snatching the credit and ending this battle as soon as possible. He stood tall and looked at Yun Yang indifferently, as if he was looking at a corpse. His right hand held the hilt of his saber and slowly moved it. The saber light flowed, making a buzzing sound. The saber was in his hand, but there was no scabbard. Then, he slowly raised the saber. The saber seemed to be unsheathed from its scabbard, letting out a sound like a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The next moment, the saber light suddenly moved in the sky, like a bright bolt of lightning appearing in the void. It was eye-catching and captivating. The shining saber light made everyone's eyes feel a stinging pain. The magnificent saber light slashed towards Yun Yang's head. There was nothing ingenious about this move. The only thing that was commendable about it was that it was extremely fast. A third-grade Saint Monarch had gathered all the profound energy in his body into a single blade. The extreme speed that could be unleashed was truly shocking. He wanted to kill Yun Yang with this slash and end this farce once and for all. On the opposite side, Yun Yang's saber shone with a gentle light. It was neither fast nor slow, but it met the opponent's saber before it reached his head. Right in front of Yun Yang's eyes, above his forehead, the two sabers collided violently. Then, the dazzling white light became even more dazzling. At that moment, it was as if there was suddenly an additional sun in the hall. It was so bright that no one could see it clearly. However, everyone heard a muffled grunt and a clang. The clang should be the sound of the saber falling to the ground, and the grunt was. Chapter 1372. Everyone hurriedly used their eyesight to look. On the battlefield, the two of them stood facing each other with a distance of 30 meters between them. On the ground was a broken saber. There was only half of it left in the hands of the masked man in black. His eyes looked at Yun Yang quietly, a sliver of despair slowly seeping into his gaze. A line of blood slowly appeared on his forehead. The line of blood was very thin. But it spread from his forehead all the way down to the bridge of his nose, his lips, his philtrum, his lower jaw. His chest and back were all slowly showing signs of blood. "I've lost," the masked man in black said with a sigh. Yun Yang's gaze was hard and cold. "I've lost the bet. You still have time. With your cultivation base, you can still control your body. Within a quarter of an hour, you won't be split in two. I'll give you some time to explain what you lost." He smiled cruelly, "That is, if you don't want to die without descendants." Yun Yang rolled his eyes and chuckled. He was not as angry as he thought to himself. "You people have really put in a lot of effort just to impersonate me. You've thought it through thoroughly, even gathering this much. How thoughtful of you. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose." The black-clothed masked man, who was barely hanging on to his last breath, smiled miserably and said, "I am Fierce Heaven Blade, Li Chong. Deceiving one's heart and acting rashly, pretending to be a hero of Xianhuang, you deserve to die. My family, is in Hengduan Sky Valley." He smiled bitterly and said, "I hope your distinguished self can keep your promise and leave me some descendants." The crowd burst into an uproar. Fierce charge of the heaven-sweeping blade. The first black-clothed masked man to fight was actually heaven-sweeping blade Li Chong. This was a famous expert in the Tao of the saber. Back then, he relied on his sweeping heaven saber to defeat almost everyone under the heavens. After that, he disappeared from the world of mortals. Some people said that this person entered the Tao of the saber and cultivated the Tao of the saber to an even higher level. There were also people who said that this person entered the Western Heaven Holy Palace and no longer stepped into the world of mortals. Who would have thought that he would appear here today? The peerless swordsman had perished in a single day. He no longer had the disdainful splendor of the past when he could sweep the heavens with his saber. Yun Yang's expression was cold as he said faintly, "There's no need to rely on luck. Do you want your soul to self-destruct or do you want me to help you?" Li Chong took a deep breath and said, "Since your skills are inferior to others and you have failed, you should have the awareness of a loser." With a loud laugh, his soul force rushed out from the top of his head. Just as it took shape, it self-detonated, turning into a mass of pure spiritual energy that scattered in all directions. However, a few words remained. "Don't forget your promise." An unparalleled bladesman of his generation came to a sad end. Everyone had a complicated look in their eyes as they watched a legend of the saber suddenly disappear. Almost everyone had an indescribable and inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Yun Yang's expression remained cold. When he lifted his head abruptly, his eyes stared emotionlessly at the remaining 11 people and said faintly, "Next." Seeing that heaven-traversing saber was defeated in an instant, the 11 people's initial confidence of victory was shaken. Many of them felt that their abilities were almost on par with heaven-traversing saber Li Chang's. The second and third, in short, the first few who went up would not be able to do well, so they could not help feeling hesitant. After a while, a masked man in black stepped forward and said hatefully, "You do have some skills to impersonate me." Yun Yang did not respond at all. Instead, he glanced at the masked man in black who had stepped out of the formation and curled his finger. Presumptuous. The black-clothed masked man swung his saber in a backhand manner. As he leaped up, he circled in midair, and a continuous saber mountain appeared in the sky. Following that, the thousands of saber lights on the continuous saber mountain converged at one point. The incessant saber lights converged to form an endless stream of flashing light, descending from the sky with an unstoppable force. The divine edge flashed again, dancing in the air with extreme agility. With a swoosh, the endless saber veil rose in the opposite direction. It was just a clash of two saber lights that fell from the sky and rose from the ground, but in the eyes of the spectators, they felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment. It was as if what they were seeing was another secular world. Everything in the mortal world was so real and real. It was like they were in their own dreams. Yun Yang had used his ultimate skill right from the start of the fight, Saber Truth, Saber Laic. The seemingly opposing attacks did not produce the expected violent impact when they clashed. Instead, the masked man's saber light was deflected by Yun Yang's saber lacerating worldly bliss, and all of them missed their target. After Yun Yang's cultivation base had advanced, his understanding of saber truth had reached a new level as well. Yun Yang's saber strike was almost at the level of perfection in this technique. Under the saber, the secular world. Although the black-clothed masked man was surprised that his all-out attack had no effect, he reacted quickly and changed his attack. However, just as he was about to change his attack, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Yun Yang's fist. Yun Yang's gaze was like lightning as he saw through the masked man's weakness. The swift punch had already pierced through the masked man's protective saber web and landed on his face. Bang! The masked man in black could not help but tilt his head back, feeling a sharp pain on his face. Amidst his shock, he instinctively retreated, wanting to distance himself from Yun Yang and counterattack. However, he could only feel a chill on his chest as a saber slashed across his right shoulder all the way down to the left side of his waist. He froze as if he had been electrocuted. A thought flashed through his mind. I've lost? I've lost. I've lost so badly that I have nothing to say. The two battles were over in the blink of an eye. The remaining 10 masked men in black who had a certain understanding of Yun Yang's ability were filled with despair. They had never expected Yun Yang's ability to be so formidable. It was something that they could never hope to match. It could be said that the first encounter with ferocious saber, Li Chong, was a coincidence, but the outcome of this battle was similar to the previous one. Yun Yang's ability to accurately grasp the tiny gap between the previous move and the change of move, his unique vision and superb skills had already placed him above everyone else. Thinking back to the two peerless saber forms that had been impeccable, how could they be lucky enough to fight Yun Yang? These people could only be crushed by Yun Yang. After 2 consecutive battles, the rest of the masked men recognized this fact. They could not help cursing inwardly. Yun Yang's ability was completely different from what they had been told. This was the epitome of deceit. The masked men in black's abilities were almost on par with each other. Although there was a slight difference in their abilities, the disparity was not huge. Ferocious Saber's death was a wake-up call for them, but they still had the thought of being lucky, hoping that it was a coincidence. However, the second battle that ended even faster had completely dispelled their fantasies. Yin Yang Bridge. Xiaofan. 3rd level Saint Lord Pinnacle. He had been defeated cleanly by Yun Yang's 2 saber strikes and 1 punch, dead. The remaining 10 masked men in black felt a chill run down their spines. Dongfang Xingchen, who was watching the battle from above, was not only disheartened, but his expression was unusually ugly as well. None of the other chosen's expressions were any better. They thought that they knew Yun Yang's background and cultivation base very well, but when had he become so strong? If you were so strong, why didn't you show it earlier? You could have shown it earlier. If you had, I wouldn't have thought about dealing with you, at least, I would have come up with a more comprehensive plan. Now. I can't back down now. Yun Yang stood in the middle of the battle and said calmly, "2. Who's next?" None of the 10 masked men in black stepped forward for a long while. They were all quiet, their gazes complicated. Their previous calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. "I admit defeat." After some time, one of them took off his mask and said with a bitter smile, "I'm an imposter." Yun Yang's face was devoid of any emotion as he said faintly, "Even if you admit defeat, your Tao will vanish. Your heaven's vow was based on your defeat, and admitting defeat is also a way of expressing your defeat. Come, according to the vow, hand over your life and tell me where your family is. Under heaven's vow, who can be lucky?" Yun Yang looked at the man with a cold gaze. The man's expression was conflicted as he said angrily, "If so, why don't I fight it out with you?" As he spoke, he drew his saber with a swoosh. Yun Yang said faintly, "Let me remind you, you've already lost when you admit defeat. If you fight again, I'm afraid I won't have to deal with you anymore." The masked man in black's expression changed as he suddenly roared, "Then let me die under heaven's punishment." He drew his saber and pointed it straight at Yun Yang. The force was not any weaker than the 2 men before him. It was obvious that he was determined to fight, hoping for a fluke. If he could drag Yun Yang along with him, it would be the most worthwhile. Even if it cost Yun Yang's ability, it was still valuable. It was a pity that heaven's vow came faster than he had imagined. A clap of thunder rang in the air as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The masked man in black's attack stopped abruptly. He did not even have the time to struggle. He did not even leave a word before his soul was destroyed, his body and Tao vanishing. Yun Yang was silent. This man would rather die under heaven's punishment than reveal the whereabouts of his family. It was equivalent to dragging his family down with him, giving up the chance to preserve the last of his bloodline. Yun Yang really did not know what to say. The heaven's vow came as scheduled and was fulfilled like a god. Of course, it would not let his family go. It was a demonstration of the authority of heaven's law that had to be fulfilled once the vow was made. There was no such thing as a fluke. Why bother? Yun Yang sighed and raised his head. Who's next? Dongfang Xingchen and the other sons of heaven's expressions grew uglier. At this point, they looked a little menacing. They had painstakingly come up with a plan that did not care about the cost and consequences. They had even chosen tonight's city as the perfect location to carry out the plan. Everything was in their favor, but under Yun Yang's absolute ability, their perfect assassination plan had failed. It had no effect at all. Instead, it had further promoted Yun Yang's immortal reputation. Not only was it a futile effort, it was suicidal. The loss of 13 third-grade Saint Monarchs was even more heart-wrenching. Even for them, they couldn't afford to waste this kind of combat power. As the Saint Lords were killed by Yun Yang one by one and their identities were exposed, everyone basically knew who was behind these people. Saint Lord cultivators were powerful beings who stood at the pinnacle of the entire Xianhuang world. Every single one of them was a precious, high-end fighting force. There were only a handful of them in total. Ordinary people and forces might not know of their current backgrounds. However, for those who were truly in the upper echelons, a single glance at the forces they belonged to would allow them to know who was the one commanding these people. The sons of heaven looked at each other and obtained the information they wanted from the ugly expressions on each other's faces. A few of them looked especially ugly. Dongfang Xingchen, Shimen Huanyu, Beigong Wushuang, and Xinyu, Jia Xixiang, Nantian Yun. While the others were not as pale as the ones before them, they still looked a little gloomy. Lai Guangfeng, Lanting, Feng Patian, and Huan Wenyuan, who had been the fiercest earlier, did not have much of a change in their expressions. Yun Yang stood in the middle of the field and looked at the mess on the ground. He sighed softly and said, "Actually, the hardest thing in life is how to prove that you are yourself. The truth has proven that this is really difficult to prove. Fortunately, all of you have given me this ingenious method to prove that I am Yun Yang, the bound of universe's supreme cloud." Yun Yang smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, everyone. Sigh, I really didn't expect there to be so many imposters. I don't know if there will be more imposters in the future. I am very worried about this problem." He was just pretending to be innocent after getting what he wanted. There were only a few saint monarchs in this world who were of the 3rd level and above. Who else would have the guts to impersonate you? Had they not had enough of death? The facial muscles of the sons of heaven began to twitch. Dongfang Xingchen, who had been controlling the situation, did not even want to say anything. Beigong Wushuang laughed dryly and said, "Lord Supreme Cloud's divine might is indeed unparalleled and dominates the world. Today, let's just treat this bunch of clowns as putting on a show for us. The farce they've created has also allowed Lord Supreme Cloud to display his divine might and broaden our horizons. Today's banquet will surely be remembered as a battle that will be praised by all. Come, let's drink." Yun Yang's gaze focused on the north for a moment before he turned to Sacred Heart Palace's Great Elder Lei Qianli and said, "Great Elder Lei." Lei Qianli shuddered and forced a smile. "Lord Supreme Cloud." Yun Yang said coldly, "I wonder if Great Elder Lei still has any doubts about who is Lord Supreme Cloud?" Lei Qianli paled. "Lord Supreme Cloud must be joking." Yun Yang replied faintly, "What I'm asking you is, do you still have doubts in your heart?" "How would I have the leisure to joke with you?" Lei Qianli swallowed his anger and said bitterly, "No more." Yun Yang scoffed and said, "How old is Grand Elder Lei this year?" Lei Qianli coughed and laughed dryly. "I wonder what Lord Supreme Cloud means," Yun Yang said faintly. "I think that you, Lei Qianli, have gone senile. This is what I mean, I really can't go all out today, so I'll rest for a day or two. Amp, GT. Chapter 1373. Lei Qianli's face gradually turned pale. He had confirmed the fact that after today, he would be blacklisted by Yun Yang, the hero of the bound of universe. Good days would be hard to come by. However, he could not respond to this and could only smile awkwardly. Yun Yang's cold gaze still swept across the crowd. Whoever his gaze landed on had to lower their head. No one even raised their head, let alone look at him. His lightning-like gaze seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart and see through one's innards. At this moment, Yun Yang's domineering aura overpowered the entire place. At the same time, the 3 heavenly palaces had mobilized their forces. Other than one of the 13 impersonating Yun Yang who was annihilated by Heaven Dao's lightning tribulation for breaking his vow, there was no need to pursue the matter further. The other 12 families' residences had already sent teams to deal with them. Innocent? Cruel? When Yun Yang forced them to make the vow, he had never thought about this question. How could there be so many innocent and uninnocent people in this world? If he were to be forced to his death by them, what would happen to the residents of 9 Supremes? How many families were involved in the residence of 9 Supremes' disciples now? Once they lost their current status and lifestyle, would they be innocent? Since they had chosen to betray the hero for their own selfish desires, disregarding the hero's sacrifice, attempting to make the hero bleed before crying and even die in grievance. They deserved it no matter what price they had to pay. Heroes were also human beings. They could shed their blood for mankind, but what right did they have to protect those ungrateful people? Those people were not human at all, they were scum. The banquet at Golden Knight Tower ended very quickly. Since the farce was over, no one was in the mood to continue. Yun Yang's expression was as usual. He ate and drank as if there was no one else around, feasting and enjoying himself. He also conversed with Shi Wuchen and the others, talking about the recent situation of the residents of Nine Supremes, as well as their respective cultivation realizations. During this period, Ji Lingxi came with a team and discussed with Lei Qianli from the neighboring Sacred Heart Palace. Great Elder Lei, why don't we change rooms? Would you like to go to the other side? Or, you can just leave. The hatred in Lei Qianli's heart was limitless and he couldn't speak for a long time. However, due to the situation, he didn't dare to resist. The incident of Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu killing 3 lords was still fresh in his mind. If they could kill those people, it would be even easier for them to kill him, Lei Qianli. Moreover, the people from the Sacred Heart Palace were already restless. A considerable number of them looked at Lei Qianli with unfriendly gazes. If not for the fact that they were in public, they would have stood up and attacked him. We are all here to welcome Lord Supreme Cloud with sincerity. Lord Temple Master's orders were clear. Lord Supreme Cloud's original intention of heading to the Demon Clan was for the sake of the Sacred Heart Palace. Now that he has made an outstanding contribution, not only is his contribution to the bound of universe, but he is also a great hero of the Sacred Heart Palace. Even if all of you die, you must escort Lord Supreme Cloud back safely. But what about you, Lei Qianli? You're actually doubtful too. Also, the things you said and did, do you think we're all blind and deaf? When we return to the Sacred Heart Palace, there will be time to settle the score with you. The Sacred Heart Palace could have shared Supreme Cloud's glory, but after what you've done, the Sacred Heart Palace has lost all its dignity and become a laughing stock. Not only have we become the butt of jokes, but our relationship with Lord Supreme Cloud has also dropped to the freezing point. Let's go. A few Sacred Heart Palace elders stood up and ushered Ji Lingxi and the others in. This way, Lei Qianli could not leave even if he wanted to. Lei Qianli bade farewell with a gloomy face. He, who had always been in a high position, felt that even if he poured out all the water in the world, it would not be able to wash away the shame on his face today. Some of the 12 holy sons also felt embarrassed. After drinking a few cups of wine, some of them began to feel tipsy. Under such circumstances, the banquet naturally ended quickly. However, when Yun Yang came out of the Golden Knight Tower, the moon was already high in the sky. The cold light sprinkled on the ground, and the whole city was quiet. Yun Yang walked in front with his hands clasped behind his back. Shi Wuchen and the others followed quietly behind him, tactfully not disturbing him. Yun Xiaofan and the other disciples, on the other hand, looked at their sect leader's figure from behind, their eyes gleaming. The little fellows were simple-minded and had long forgotten the previous humiliation. Now, their hearts were filled with the heroic image of their master suppressing the heroes and dominating the world with his saber. Their minds were filled with endless fantasies. If I can be like this one day, facing the world's heroes and shouting, who else? Next. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's head spin. It was a perfect dream. As the group walked forward, Yun Xiaofan, who was immersed in her reverie, suddenly shouted, who else? Ha ha ha. The little girl was too immersed in her role and lost control of herself for a moment. After she shouted it out, she felt so good that she could not stop laughing. Everyone looked at her, and as soon as they understood what she meant, they burst into laughter that lasted for a long time. Where do you live? Yun Yang turned to ask Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu. What do you want to do? Ji Lingxi pursed her lips. Sure, Wuchen and the others winked at each other for a while, thinking, what do I want to do? Does sect leader want to, he he he. Yunyang coughed and said, it's still early. We've reunited after a long time, and we didn't drink to our heart's content just now. Plus, we're all rubbish. When Wuchen and the others go back to rest, I'll drink with you. Shall we have a chat and talk about our parting experiences? We'll go too. We have a lot to tell Master. Yun Xiaoxin raised her hand and shouted. Luo Dezhang laughed and said, yes, yes, yes. We'll go too. We have a lot to tell boss too. Sure, Wuchen slapped Luo Dezhang in the face in exasperation. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? You are a man with a wife. Why are you here to make trouble? Luo Dezhang came to his senses at once and coughed dryly. Yes, we have nothing to do, so we won't go. Yunyang guffawed, looking carefree. Ji Lingxi chuckled and said, it's still early. Since we all feel that we didn't enjoy ourselves to our heart's content just now, let's leave the rest of the time to ourselves. The two sects can get together and have some fun. Come, let's find a place to drink. Let's go, let's do whatever we want. Everyone cheered in unison. The reunion, which they had not seen for a long time, lasted until the second half of the night, almost dawn. During this period, Yunyang could clearly feel countless divine senses probing him, but they disappeared as soon as they confirmed that this was the case. Yunyang was calm, gulping down the wine and eating the meat, not taking it to heart at all. Now that he had Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu, the two fake saints, by his side, he was invincible. Even if the Phoenix Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, the two enemies, came together, Yunyang felt that he would dare to lie down and sleep in front of them, let alone a sneak attack from a saint. The people from the two sects staggered from the wine, still in high spirits. Ling Xiaozui, Du Guchou, and Gu Chaoyang had downed 9 pots of wine with Yunyang. Everyone could not help but recall everything that had happened in the Tianxian continent back then, feeling as if it was no longer a dream. Du Guchou was drunk, which was rare. He had sealed his spiritual energy and drank until he was dead drunk, but he was still guffawing. Wifey, I'll be able to see you very soon. Ha ha ha, after a few guffaws, he burst into tears. His wife had passed away for many years and Du Guchou had been searching for a way to resurrect her. Now that he had witnessed Yunyang's dominance over the crowd, he could clearly feel that the day he had been dreaming of was not far away. At least, it was no longer as unreachable as before. He was trembling with excitement. The drinking lasted until dawn before everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. Yunyang, on the other hand, had been captured by Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu into their own rooms. What exactly were they going to do? Quick, quick, quick! The two ladies stood before Yunyang, anticipation and impatience written all over their faces. Yunyang was genuinely bewildered. What were they doing? Had the two ladies fallen in love? Was there a need for them to be so eager? They should at least be a little more reserved. Yunyang was rather bashful. I'm not ready yet, what are you hesitating for? Take off your mask quickly and let us have a look, Ji Lingxi said excitedly. Yunyang was speechless. What? Both of you called me into the room in such a hurry just to see this? Although this is also erotic, but, Yunyang felt a little dejected. Shengguan Lingxiu looked hopeful as she said, hurry up, I can't wait anymore. Take that thing off quickly. I want to have a good look, see if it looks good. You probably don't know this, but I love little foxes the most. Yunyang was speechless. Yunyang did not feel well. He was stupefied and dumbfounded. He stared at Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu with wide eyes. After a while, he said helplessly, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Shouldn't we be catching up first? Shouldn't we be pleasantly surprised to reunite after such a long time? Shouldn't we? Cut the useless crap with me. You're just spouting nonsense. Ji Lingxi said domineeringly, what do you mean by catching up? You're already here and you're not even wearing anything. What's there to catch up on? Take off your mask quickly and let us admire it. We've been looking forward to seeing your current face for so long. Can you stop keeping us in suspense? Shangguan Lingxiu pressed her lips together and said, even if we want to catch up, we can't feel anything with your mask on. Take it off quickly and we'll accompany you to say our goodbyes. Yun Yang looked miserable as he sighed inwardly. Am I keeping them in suspense? Honestly, how is this possible? Seeing that Yun Yang did not move, the two girls exchanged glances and charged forward. Ji Lingxi pressed Yun Yang down directly. Sister Lingxiu, quick! Shangguan Lingxiu was quick as well. With a swoosh, she pulled Yun Yang's mask off, revealing a helpless fox face to the two girls. It had pointy ears, a pointy mouth, and rolling eyeballs. Ha 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 ha. Ji Lingxi could not hold back her laughter as she fell onto the bed, laughing uncontrollably. Shangguan Lingxiu tried to hold back her laughter for a moment, but she could not help pursing her lips and shrugging her shoulders. It was obvious that she was having a hard time holding it in. Yun Yang said indignantly, Are you two really so funny? No, no. The two girls spoke in unison, trying their best to keep the smiles on their faces, but it was only for a moment before they burst out laughing. Yun Yang sighed at the sky. He now had a feeling that men and women, whether it was their physical or psychological structures, were really different. For example, he only wanted to know what they had been through. He wanted to know if their journey had been tough, if there was anything that hurt them, and if there was anything that needed his help. However, the only thing they were concerned about was whether his fox face was cute, whether it was interesting or not, also, whether he looked good. No, it should be whether he looked good in their eyes. I can't go on like this anymore. Yun Yang sighed unconsciously and extended his arms to hug Ji Lingxi, hoping to pray for some support. Don't touch me. Ji Lingxi looked at him warily. You should be prepared to be beaten if you want to hug me. Yun Yang turned to hug Shangguan Lingxiu. Don't come over. Shangguan Lingxiu looked wary. You want to touch me with that fox head of yours? Yun Yang's eyes shone as he quickly changed the topic. Actually, I've really missed you all these years. Shangguan Lingxiu's expression softened immediately. Ji Lingxi laughed on the bed. Sister Lingxiu, don't be fooled by this fellow. There's no one else in this world who can compete with his mouth. Shangguan Lingxiu was bewildered. This fellow hugging us just now was fake. He just wanted to try. Ji Lingxi could read Yun Yang's mind like the back of her hand. He's been wanting to do something naughty since a few years ago, but he's never been able to match his opponent and has to take the beating instead. I tried it just now. I still don't stand a chance here, but you said, ha ha ha, you've seen the difference now. Shangguan Lingxiu's mind raced as she blushed. What she had said just now was you want to touch me with that fox head of yours, but she had not mentioned anything about the recoil. Didn't that mean that he could touch her when he wasn't wearing a fox's head? No wonder this fellow's foxy face was smiling so wretchedly. Yun Yang said seriously, I didn't mean it that way. I'm not that kind of person. Shangguan Lingxiu snorted with a flushed face and said, You're that kind of person. I don't think you have any good intentions. After a bout of laughter, she returned to the topic at hand. How can you go, fox head? I'll probably have to attain the cultivation base of a saint before I can break the demonic race's heaven-sealing seal. Speaking of this, Yun Yang heaved another long sigh. The heaven-sealing seal had sealed more than 90% of his unique ability. If he had not broken through to the 7th stage of the endless divine art previously, he would have been in real danger if he said he was not afraid of this battle. Although his cultivation base had improved tremendously, it did not mean that he was completely safe in the bound of universe. The reason why these holy sons had only sent out their saint lords to deal with him was probably because of the ability he had displayed previously. Now that half of his ability had been exposed, if he were to be pursued further, if the assailant was a half-saint, he might not dare say that he could handle it. Chapter 1374. They were all deleted. I am the Supreme is taking a leave of absence. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1375. What level of cultivation base are you at now? Is it enough to handle the situation? I can see that none of the holy children and many other forces are kind to you, Ji Lingxi asked with concern. I'm probably a 4th-level beginner Saint Lord. Yun Yang was a little depressed. I've just broken through recently. I'm afraid there will be a period of stagnation in my progress. My actual cultivation base, compared to the current situation, sigh, it's still not enough. Huh. Ji Lingxi chuckled. Huh. Shengguan Lingxiu chuckled. Both girls were a little aggrieved. Both of us boasted that we've improved tremendously, but we're only 2nd or 3rd level Saint Venerables now. This fellow came up with us and is already a 4th level Saint Lord. Yet, he's still complaining about the slow pace. Are you mocking us? Or are you showing off? Both girls' gazes were unfriendly as they thought about it. What should we do next? Faced with this question, the three of them had very different perspectives. Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's choices were identical. After this, at least one of us has to be by your side. If there's a strong enemy that you can't handle, we'll take care of it. Both girls were confident in their self-defense state. They were impenetrable to all spells and all evils. In short, all attacks that came would not harm them, but the enemy would have to endure the most extreme counterattack. Up until now, from the Tianxian continent to the bound of universe, be it the humans, the demon race or the profound beasts, there had never been a single living thing that could break through this layer of defense. No, there had never been an enemy who could survive the recoil of danger. There was still one exception, Yun Yang. This fellow was the most resistant to shock, his skin was thick and tough. Of course, everyone knew the real reason why he did not die from the recoil, so there was no need to elaborate further. Ji Lingxi's train of thought was clear. Now that you've returned and we're reunited, the residents of 9 Supremes and the 9th Supremes will naturally merge into one. We heard that you've caused quite a commotion over there, claiming to be the first superior class celestial luck banner. Let's merge the residents of 9 Supremes directly. Sister Lingxiu will go back to reorganize the residents of 9 Supremes later, then bring some men to the residents of 9 Supremes. I'll stay by your side, or I'll go back to reorganize my men and merge them. Ji Lingxi was incomparably domineering. You can choose between these two options. Yun Yang smiled bitterly. These two choices were essentially the same. What else was there to choose? Shengguan Lingxiu chuckled. If it's really difficult, both of us can go with you. It's the same for old Gu and the rest to go back and pack up their men. We've been prepared for this and have come to a consensus with old Gu and the rest. The bitter smile on Yun Yang's face deepened. I'm not against the merger, but what are your plans after that? Yun Yang asked. What plans? We don't have any plans anymore. Ji Lingxi snorted and rolled her eyes. When we couldn't find you, we had to do everything we could. Now that we've found you, why do you still need us to work? Shengguan Lingxiu coughed and said, I can help with the internal affairs. Yun Yang rested a hand on his forehead. This attitude of these two women, this behavior, it was clearly the rhythm of marrying a man to marry a man, getting dressed and eating. Sisters, this isn't something you can just walk away from now on. Can the disciples of the residents of 9 Supremes accept all of it? Yunyang frowned and said, Old Gu, we know Ling Xiaozue and the rest very well, and we have a close relationship. I'll make arrangements if I say so. The guest elders in the sect are fine, but what about the disciples you two have taken in? They were the leading disciples when they were in the residence of 9 Supremes, but it won't be the same anymore when they're here. There's a lot more to talk about, such as clarity, resources, treatment, and so on. As a teacher, how can I not consider the feelings of my own disciples? I see that you're worried about this. Elder Gu has already discussed this with us. Ji Lingxi said, the residence of 9 Supremes was founded because of the residence of 9 Supremes. Be it us, Elder Gu and the rest, or the disciples, we've long known about this. Although we don't have the status of a leader, we have the new title of the residence of 9 Supremes' wives. The disciples we've taken in are still our disciples, at least in name. In this case, I believe their status won't be any lower than the other Supremes' disciples. Besides, we've long heard about the residence of 9 Supremes. The residence of 9 Supremes emphasizes healthy competition among the disciples, and we'll still have to look at their individual abilities in the future. If they're really capable of earning their position, they can just snatch it. If they're not, who can they blame when they're dealt with? Yunyang thought about it and said, all right. Yunyang agreed with the two women. The merger of the two residences was inevitable. Since it was unavoidable, the subsequent matters would have to wait until after the merger. Whatever problems arose, they would be solved. Man was man, and there would always be a solution no matter how big the problem was. It would be unrealistic to attempt to solve all the problems now. Let's leave the residence of the 9th Supremes as it is. However, I don't want you two to follow me. I don't need you two to follow me. Yunyang smiled faintly. This is a martial world journey that I need to face alone. It has nothing to do with anything else. If I rely on the two of you to create an absolutely safe environment, it'll be an obstacle that's difficult to overcome in my cultivation journey. It's a physical obstacle, and a mental obstacle as well. It'll be difficult for me to improve further. The two women agreed to Yunyang's words after a moment of contemplation. They did not pester him further. After all, they were all high-level martial artists. They were well aware of the crux of the matter. The cultivation journey focused on training one's heart. Once a martial artist's life and death experience was interfered with by external forces, his confidence would be greatly reduced. Even if he had the ability to handle the situation, he would still be hesitant. When faced with similar situations in the future, it would only worsen. How far could he go on the path of recovery? The two women's desire to protect Yunyang's safety was understandable and unquestionable. However, to Yunyang, there would be endless obstacles in his cultivation journey. Perhaps he would never be able to progress further. Speaking of which, the cultivation base achievement of both of you is what truly puzzles me. Yunyang was rather puzzled. According to your encounters and mentors, even if your cultivation base can't be compared to mine, it shouldn't stop there. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's cultivation base advancement speed was already unimaginably terrifying, rarely seen since time immemorial. However, Yunyang knew very well that it was not normal for the two women to only be second or third grade Supreme Saint now. Ji Lingxi was someone who could advance even in her dreams, while Shengguan Lingxiu's master was an expert in the universe. How could he not have the means to help Shengguan Lingxiu improve her cultivation base as soon as possible? Ji Lingxi snorted and pouted. We're so sorry that our cultivation base is so low. We've lowered your status as the bound of Universe Supreme. Are you looking down on us, sisters? Do you want to spar right here and now? Ji Lingxi's words were rather harsh. If they were to fight anyone else in this world, they would only end up being beaten up. It was especially so when they were up against Yun Yang. Back in the day, a certain someone had been beaten up like a grandchild. Even though their cultivation base was slightly different now, the situation had not improved. If they were to really fight, a certain someone would still be beaten up like a grandchild. Can you break my divine light shield? Shengguan Lingxiu, on the other hand, was more honest. She smiled and said, you don't have to worry about our cultivation base. Yun Yang understood immediately and could not help feeling inexplicably touched. So you're worried about me? In an instant, he understood. It was not that the two women could not improve faster in their cultivation, but they were worried about him. Were they worried that they would leave him behind if they improved too quickly? That he could not accept it? Strictly speaking, no one in this world, other than Yun Yang, had the right to comment on the two ladies' cultivation years and the fact that they had already attained the second tier of Supreme Saint and above. There was no one else in the bound of universe who could improve faster than this since the beginning of time. Yun Yang understood it in an instant. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart, his gaze exceptionally gentle. It had to be said that Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's personalities were the ideal wives and loving mothers that every man in this world yearned for. Although Ji Lingxi was a little unruly and her words were more forceful, her consideration for Yun Yang was exactly the same as Shengguan Lingxiu's. Thinking about it again, before he went to the demon race, his cultivation base was only at the level of a royal saint. It had only been about a year and a half since then. If it were not for the fortuitous encounter that allowed him to harvest so much karmic chi in the demon clan and the countless sparring sessions in the East Celestial Palace, his cultivation base progress would probably be similar to Ji Lingxi and Shengguan Lingxiu's current level. There's no need to be like this. Yun Yang sighed. Although you're not afraid, he could not help but chuckle halfway through his words. It was really useless for these two women to cultivate. There was hardly any place for them to use their skills. No one in this world could hurt them, not even himself. What was the use for them to raise their cultivation base? They could only be used for sparring. It was no wonder that they dared to wait for him so leisurely. There was no one, no force, no living being in this world that could break through their protective divine light. Even if they wanted to be competitive, it would be difficult to find an opponent. No matter what, you still have to improve your ability as soon as possible. Yun Yang reminded them, only by taking the initiative in your own hands can you avoid being passive to the greatest extent. You can't always expect others to hit you. Even if you have this trump card, sometimes you'll still be wronged. Ji Lingxi gritted her teeth and said, I know. Isn't this what happened today? I've been wronged. If I'm strong enough, none of these people here today will live. One day, justice will be served just like in Tianxian continent in the past. Yun Yang rolled his eyes at once. Big sister, you were even more in the limelight than I was when we were in Tianxian continent. Shengguan Lingxiu and Ji Lingxi's heads were filled with questions once they thought about what happened at the banquet that night. They were filled with anger. Although it was Yun Yang himself who had connived and had a purpose in mind, causing the incident to be magnified, the two ladies still felt indescribably frustrated. No matter what. Her man had made such a huge contribution to the entire human race. He had risked his life and risked his life. Not only did he not enjoy the least bit of honor when he came back, he even had to suffer such unfair treatment. Even if there were other motives involved, it wouldn't do. We can't even bear to bully our own man. Who do you think you are? Among the two ladies, Shengguan Lingxiu was the most indignant about this matter. She was born of a family of generals and all the men in her family had died in battle for the country. The incident in Tianxian continent had almost humiliated the fallen heroes, the past was still fresh in her mind. Now that it was her man's turn, the two ladies could not help but feel indignant and resentful. You're quite magnanimous. You're even willing to spare the bloodline of scum who committed such a shady business. You're simply being soft-hearted when dealing with such scum. Where did the decisive and straightforward Tianxian think tank of the past go? They didn't treat you with the courtesy of a hero, so why are you acting so righteous and giving them leeway? Ji Lingxi pursed her lips and said unhappily, even if we take 10,000 steps back, it'll still take a lot of effort for us to run around the 11 locations that were revealed, won't it? Do you have a lot of time to waste now? Yunyang chuckled. Lingxi, you're thinking too much. Why would we need to deal with those remnants? Those families should have been completely annihilated by now. Not a single one of them was left alive. After all, they're eradicating the rebels. Leaving behind a torch will only cause endless trouble. Yunyang chuckled. Shangguan Lingxiu frowned and asked, did the 3 heavenly palaces make a move? Yunyang's expression was indifferent. I've helped them find so many scum. Do I still have to deal with the aftermath myself? Are those people just sitting around doing nothing? So what about the rest of them? Especially those sons of saints. If we really want to talk about it, they're the instigators, the masterminds, the culprits. Shangguan Lingxiu said. We don't need to care. I'm afraid that even if I'm willing to let go now, the 3 palace masters won't let go either. Those people have gone too far, they've crossed the line too much. As the saying goes, they're digging their own graves. Yunyang smiled. Both of you can go back without worry. Just reorganize the people in your sects and come to the residence of 9 Supremes. Once both of you leave, those who are against me will stir up trouble immediately. That's too risky. Ji Lingxi and Shangguan Lingxiu came to a sudden realization. Their stunning performance at the banquet had chilled the hearts of Dongfang Xingchen and the others. They had determined that the cultivation base of the 2 ladies was at least at the level of a saint. With the 2 female guards protecting the fox-faced Yunyang, they could only watch helplessly. Now that Yunyang had asked the 2 ladies to leave, it was equivalent to opening the door for those who were plotting against them. How could the 2 ladies be at ease? Those people don't know the background of the both of you. Just based on your stunning appearance, everyone has long been scared silly. Yunyang chuckled bitterly. I can even say with certainty that if the both of you hadn't made it clear that you're on my side, this banquet might not have ended so hastily. They might have something else up their sleeves, but they stopped out of fear of the both of you. In other words, as long as the both of you are still with me, those who want to go against me won't dare to do anything. Ji Lingxi bit her lip and said, You have your reasons. Let us discuss this. Yunyang watched as the 2 ladies whispered into each other's ears for a long time before they turned around to play rock-paper-scissors. Then, he turned around and said, Then we'll go back to prepare. Later, ask the residents of 9 Supremes to send a few people back as well so that we can handle the corresponding matters after we go over. Yunyang was relieved and said, Of course. It'll be too dangerous for Wuchen and the rest to stay here after the both of you leave. I'll ask them to go back and all of you leave. Only then will I have nothing to worry about. I only have to take care of myself. It's decided then. Ji Lingxi and Shangguan Lingxiu were surprisingly easy to talk to. Both of them agreed to whatever Yunyang said obediently, making sect leader Yun feel like his status had risen considerably. He felt like he was the one who had the authority of a husband. This had never happened before. Then, it was the 2 ladies' turn to listen to a certain someone boast about what happened in the holy land of Tianfa and the demon race, exclaiming from time to time. Under the focus of their sparkling eyes, Yunyang's enthusiasm grew. Since there were no outsiders present, the 2 ladies removed their veils. Shangguan Lingxiu was a stunning beauty while Ji Lingxi, honestly, it had been a long, long time since Yunyang and Ji Lingxi had seen each other's faces in their entirety. Thinking back to the past, they would either disguise themselves, apply ointment, or even blacken themselves. Now that they met again, it felt like they had met again after a lifetime. There were not many words that could describe Ji Lingxi's face. There was only one word that could be used to describe it: perfect. Perfect skin tone, perfect proportions, perfect facial features, perfect aura, perfect. Everything was perfect. Everything was perfect, and there was not a single flaw to be found. What are you looking at? Ji Lingxi saw that Yunyang had suddenly stopped talking. She looked up and saw that the fox was staring at her blankly. She could not help blushing and whining. Shangguan Lingxiu said sourly, "Younger sister Lingxi is much prettier than me, isn't she?" Ahaha. Spring orchid and autumn chrysanthemum, each in their own way. Yunyang's eyes were filled with reverie as he chuckled. His eyes flickered, already imagining things like this and that after they got married. This fellow is up to no good. Ji Lingxi scrunched her nose and commented, "His expression and gaze are too perverted." Shangguan Lingxiu shared the same sentiment. When this fellow had looked at her with narrowed eyes just now, she had actually felt like she had been stripped naked. This fellow's gaze now was extremely invasive. If you look at us like that again, we'll beat you to death, you stinky fox. Ji Lingxi said fiercely. If you were still a pretty boy, you would look at us and we would look at you. Each of us was pleasing to the eye and a feast for the eyes, but you're a fox now. Coupled with that perverted expression, it's truly unbearable to look at. We just want to hit you. Heh. Yunyang chuckled and said, "I don't need to look at you like that. Besides, it's only a matter of time before we get married. Both of you will be mine then. I can look at you however I want then, right? I'll strip you naked and see. You're courting death. Pervert." Before his words echoed in the air, the two ladies pounced on him at the same time, beating him up with flushed faces. "Who's yours? Who's going to marry you? Dream on." Heh. Yunyang hugged his head as he endured the beating, feeling delighted as the punches landed on his flesh. As a single dog, what could be better than having two peerless beauties as fiancés? "You're hitting me now, but it'll be my turn to hit you after we get married." Yunyang thought proudly, imagining how he would deal with these two fairies after they got married. Blood rushed to his head, his face flushed, and he almost lost control of his impulse, but his eyes could not help glinting with a wolfish gleam. The two ladies, who did not know what was going on, suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Looking at the wolfish gleam in the fellow's eyes, they could not help feeling angry and embarrassed. Without another word, they joined forces to beat him up again. "You stinky pervert." Pervert indeed. Early in the morning, sect leader Yun, who had been called a stinky pervert and pervert for the entire night, sent his two fiancés home respectfully with a mask on his face. Only then did the two ladies speak no more, calling out to their subordinates without further ado. Ling Xiaozui and Dugu Chou had wanted to bid farewell to Yunyang, but with Ji Lingxi's command, the troop departed at once. Ling Xiaozui and the rest could only smile bitterly at Yunyang and follow quickly. Yunyang's personality has changed quite a bit. Along the way, Shangguan Lingxiu said rather joyfully, "It looks like coming to the bound of universe is a good thing for him." Ji Lingxi nodded and sighed softly. In the Tianxian continent, he carried too many burdens. Now that he's in the bound of universe, he can finally let it go and act according to his heart. I thought that the saying, "It's a waste of youth if one is not frivolous," didn't apply to him, but it looks like it's still a wise saying. Shangguan Lingxiu sighed sympathetically. "You're right. He only looks like he's in his 20s now. When he was in Tianxian, he was like a little old man. Thinking about this and that. You have no idea how suffocating it was when he appeared in front of me as Supreme Cloud." Sigh, Ji Lingxi teased, "Sister Lingxiu, weren't you attracted to Supreme Cloud because of how wise and far-sighted he was back then, like an old man?" You were seduced by him just like that, and now you're sighing. Shangguan Lingxiu was embarrassed and said angrily, "What about you? How did you get seduced by him?" Ji Lingxi was smug. "I wasn't seduced by him," Shangguan Lingxiu scoffed. "You weren't seduced by him. You came to him on your own accord, you threw yourself at him." Ji Lingxi's embarrassment turned into anger. "That's still better than someone. He says that he'll repay the favor with his body, but he's actually overjoyed deep down." The two girls bickered along the way. Soon, they had traveled thousands of miles, but they came to an abrupt halt. Finger guessing. Scissors. Scissors. Rock. You've lost. Ji Lingxi snorted and said, "You go if you've lost." Shangguan Lingxiu said gleefully, "All right, I'll go then. I'm willing to admit defeat. Look at that horny face of yours. Don't mess things up." Ji Lingxi said sourly, "You really have to be more careful. Don't let him find out that you're going to be eaten up while you're trying to protect him." "I don't need you to tell me that." As Shangguan Lingxiu spoke, she had already drifted thousands of feet away, rushing back at lightning speed. She could not wait any longer. "Humph. Let's go." Ji Lingxi snorted in annoyance. It was because she did not want a certain someone to be too complacent that she had said that whoever lost the finger-guessing game would go back to protect the rascal. Who would have thought that she would actually win? How disappointing. Ji Lingxi and the others left. It was Shi Wuchen, Luo Dajiang, Kong Luoyue, and the others' turn. Their gazes towards Yunyang were filled with resentment. There should be a limit to your preference for a lover over a friend. It was too obvious at a time and place like this. All of you have families. Can't you empathize with the desire of a single person to have a family? Yunyang reprimanded them directly. Why are all of you pulling such a long face? Come, this lord has brought something good this time. You guys can take advantage of it. The group perked up at once and gathered around him. These are all good stuff that can improve one's cultivation base. Yunyang gave each of them a portion. I urgently need all of you to make the best use of your time and improve your cultivation base. I think the war is not far away. Shi Wuchen and the others were shocked. The war between the bound of universe and the demon race? How could that be? Yunyang nodded deeply. Why not? It should be within these few years. As soon as Yunyang said this, Shi Wuchen and the others felt their hearts sink. The war with the demon race was the ultimate cultivation goal of every martial artist in the bound of universe. Everyone dreamed of going to the battlefield to slay the demon race and make a name for themselves. Many prominent families and sects had built their foundations for tens of thousands of years through the war with the demon race. However, everyone had a clearer understanding of the degree of danger involved in the war with the demon race. It was also daunting. 10,000 people went to the battlefield, and it would be considered good if only a dozen or so could survive in the end. Someone had once said that the Bloody Soul Mountain was 100,000 feet high, and it was all piled up with the bones of heroes. To the survivors who had participated in the Battle of the Bloody Soul Mountain, this was not an exaggeration at all. After hundreds of thousands of years of war between the human race and the demon race in the bound of universe, the lives of hundreds of millions of cultivators had been sacrificed. These 2 rings are my recent gains. Yunyang took out 2 rings and handed them to Shi Wuchen solemnly. No matter what, we can't lose them. As long as we bring them back, the residents of 9 Supreme's cultivation needs for the next 3,000 years will no longer be in doubt. Shi Wuchen was shocked when he heard that, his hand trembling as he took the rings. Shi Wuchen's cultivation base was now a second-grade Supreme Saint. Whether it was his eyesight or experience, they were all extraordinary. The scale of the residence of 9 Supremes was also growing larger and larger. From top to bottom, there were almost 20,000 people. It was almost double the number compared to when Yunyang left. However, Yunyang already knew the number, and the resources that could sustain the cultivation of over 20,000 people for 3,000 years. How much wealth would that be? These resources must be safely delivered to Qian Duo. He will make proper use of them. Don't worry. Shi Wuchen put away the 2 rings solemnly. Even if all of us die, these 2 rings will return safely. Yunyang rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Do you need to risk your lives for a mere treasure? The first thing you need to do is to return safely. With me here, the possibility of you being intercepted and killed on the way is not high. The 3 heavenly palaces may even lend you a helping hand. But you still need to be careful of accidents. Then, Yunyang met with the 30 to 40 disciples who had followed him here and gave each of them some quality resources. When we return, everyone must still do your best to cultivate and improve your cultivation base to the highest limit. Yunyang took a deep breath and said, I won't say much else. Everyone, please remember, when the war comes, try your best to improve your ability to the 3rd grade Supreme Saint. Otherwise, when you go to the battlefield, you will only be cannon fodder. Annihilated in an instant, this is not a lie. As he spoke, he turned to Shi Wuchen and said, now is the critical moment. Don't be stingy with the consumption of resources. Even if you have to use resources, you must increase the strength of these little fellows. I believe that after this meeting, you have learned the importance of cultivation base and strength, haven't you? Shi Wuchen took a deep breath and said, don't worry. He was at least a 3rd grade Supreme Saint. Upon hearing that he had just advanced to the Saint Emperor realm, the few eldest disciples who were still complacent now had bitter expressions on their faces. Master, you said that advancing one's cultivation base is as easy as cabbages. How can it be so easy? The eyes of Yun Xiaoxin, Hu Xiaofan, and Bai Yexing flickered. They would cultivate harder when they went back, and even if it meant risking their lives, they would improve their cultivation base and never become cannon fodder. Yun Xiaoxin rolled her pretty big eyes as she looked at her junior brothers and made up her mind, I must be faster than them. I'll go into seclusion as soon as I return to the sect. How can a 3rd grade Supreme Saint be my goal? I want to break through to the level of a Saint Emperor. When Master goes back, I'll go to him every day and cry. No matter what, I can get more resources from him. Humph. Well, all of you can go back now. When I'm done with my business, I'll go back as soon as possible. Shi Wuchen hesitated for a moment and said, there's still the matter of Phoenix Cry sect. Now, the people of Phoenix Cry sect are wavering. Perhaps they have the intention to join the residents of 9 Supremes. Yunyang immediately thought of the line he had laid out. He could not help but smile and said, there's no hurry. Let's talk about this when I go back. All right. Shi Wuchen and the others stayed for one more day. At night, they quietly left tonight's city. Take care, boss. Don't worry. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.